What is good, everybody? Welcome to Truth and Transparency. Good morning. I made you guys a document. Woo! How you guys' brackets looking? March Madness. Welcome, new member there, Nikki. Thank you so much. What you guys are looking at is this is an Excel spreadsheet. Imagine that. And what it has is this is the state. And when they filed all their motion limines, so 221, 2025, in the order that they filed it. So number one is alternative perp evidence. It's like, we don't want you to, the state saying, we don't want the defense to come in and say that there's third-party culprits. So that was number one. Number two was the neuro evidence. Number three was Alibi. Demonstrative exhibit was 4. The state's IGG, their perspective of it and why they wanted it excluded, except to use a generic tip. The 911 call, immediate family definition, improper death penalty comments, like the state is trying to kill Bryan Kohberger, stuff like that. We'll go into that. The text messages, AT&T advanced timing records, and self-authentication records. These were the 11 that the state put in. A couple days later, then the defense filed their 14. Okay. Then, just recently here, the 19th was the big dump, and the defense then had a response to, the alternate perp. Each one of these, there was a defense response, and these all just came out 3. All on 3/19. Same thing with the state's response to all of the defense's filings for the motion limine, okay? And each one separate. So that's the document that I made up so that way I could then insert things that I wanted to tell you guys about what are the highlights of it, reading off each document in full length. Some, sure, all day I'll do that. Others, I'm not going to sit here and read 51 pages. Only because the majority of it is case law. So I will give you the case, but you guys know I do a pretty good job of making sure we get it all. Last night, I told you guys, and I'm going to show you right now, I said that Hippler, you're a fool, due to his order. And his order said that the defendant has not met his Frank's burden on issue number 5, which was misleading the timeline. In issue 5, so I'll highlight that for you guys. In issue 5, we're going to go through the first 4 or 5, by the way. But really quick, this is really important. Okay. This is Hippler's order on defendant's motion for Frank's hearing. Defendant has not met his burden on issue 5, which is misleading the timeline. So Ann Taylor was very, very direct to saying, listen, this is not how they got to Bryan Kohberger, anything about this probable cause affidavit, which was used to get all these search warrants. This is what Hippler determined after having this Frank's hearing for the IGG, which was closed, except the stuff that we saw. In issue 5, defendant claims that law enforcement created a false narrative of their investigative timeline in Exhibit A. Exhibit A is the affidavit. So as to make it appear that defendant was identified through their investigative efforts and not, in fact, through IGG. Okay. In other words, the defendant argues that law enforcement, having already identified defendant through IGG, tailored their Exhibit A to support probable cause for an already identified suspect, not an unknown suspect. Defendant provides 2 examples of what he contends are misleading timelines about his identification, but these examples fall far short of the Frank standard. All right. This is amazing. This is where somebody says, wow, that didn't age well. This is this moment. First, defendant notes that in Payne Exhibit A, Detective Payne states that on November 29th, 2022, officers from Washington State University queried white Honda Elantras, registered at the school, and pulled up a 2015 white Elantra with Pennsylvania plates that has registered to defendant. That same day, he doesn't want to talk about what time that happened. Okay. 12:28 a.m. Then at 12:56 a.m. Okay, those are the times of this. Doesn't want to mention that though. That same day, Detective Payne states another WSU officer was patrolling the area by defendant's apartment and happened to just locate this 2015 white Elantra with Washington plates. He ran the plate and it returned to defendant. Defendant points out that Detective Payne was not even aware of the WSU officer's findings in this regard until December 20th, 2022. After defendant was already identified by IGG. However, he contends Payne's Exhibit A makes it appear the defendant was identified in part through the WSU queries. That's exactly what the document does. That's exactly what it does. You want to know why? We all know that it does. Because that's how you developed probable cause to get search warrants, motherfuckers. Because no mention about IGG. Now, why is this important? Why is this important? Well, because all these other cases that have used IGG in the past, they have no problem saying that they used IGG in the past, and they put it actually in their fucking probable cause affidavits. So why not just do that? Ready? Hippler says, second, defendant takes issue. Wait. Yep. Second, defendant takes issue with Detective Payne's focus on suspect vehicle 1's lack of a front license plate. Do you want to know why he takes issue with that, the defendant? Because from the 1112 King Road camera, you cannot see anything to do with a license plate. So it's like, wait, why are you saying this car doesn't have a front license plate? You cannot see it. Like that big blur of flashback from the lights shining on, which would be the headlights, make it so that you cannot see a front license plate. So defendant takes issue on the focus of suspect vehicle 1's lack of front license plate. In Payne's Exhibit A, he discussed his review of surveillance footage. A review of camera footage indicating that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. Yeah, on that video, not on 11112. Detective Payne later points out that defendant registered his 2015 white Elantra with Washington State on November 18, 2022. He noted that previously the vehicle was registered in Pennsylvania, which, unlike Idaho and Washington, does not require a front license plate to be displayed. Defendant contends that although Exhibit A makes it appear that law enforcement was focused on the lack of a front license plate early on, it was not until after he was identified through IGG that it became an object of inquiry. Right? This is what Hippler says. And everybody should fall out of their chairs. In neither example has defendant established Detective Payne's investigation timeline to mislead or to be misleading or false, much less intentionally or recklessly done so. There can be no question that the defendant was identified in part through the WSU officer's queries and through the suspect vehicle's lack of a front license plate. Fuck yes, Hippler. And that is why, Hippler, this order, that is why you're going to tell them on April 9th, April 10th, however many days this MIL takes, you're going to tell them right here. You're going to tell them that you don't need a tip. You don't need a generic tip. This is how you identified him. Right here. Because this is what you thought, Hippler, right? It says it right here. There can be no question that the defendant was identified in part through the WSU officer's queries and through the suspect vehicle's lack of a front license plate, as observed in surveillance videos from the night of the murders. The fact that law enforcement had additional DNA evidence? No, that's all they had. The fact that law enforcement had additional DNA evidence tying defendant to the crime does not render it improper for law enforcement to rely on independent evidence accomplishing the same. Exactly, you guys. Exactly. So Hippler has already told, I have no idea why the state is asking that they need a generic tip. Hippler already said, there can be no question that the defendant was identified in part through the WSU's officers. Go ahead, and that's where they're going to start their case off. And if Hippler rules any other way, it is inconsistent with this ruling. It would arguably be irresponsible for law enforcement to rely solely on DNA evidence without making an effort to corroborate it, particularly given the novelty of IgG. Hippler. Hippler, why did they go to see. Why did they ever go to Pennsylvania to go get this guy's DNA? Or better yet, why didn't they follow him around, attempt to get his DNA, test it all, do all the things? Better yet, why not they just mention IgG? Oh, that's right. Because the FBI took it over, and then the FBI violated their own policy, which is what the state wants to keep out. And the reason it's important is because if the FBI is that shady to just do whatever the fuck you want, and that they have no problem violating their own policy, then how would you be able to trust them, okay, when they're going to get up there on the stand and talk about all this other stuff that's circumstantial or, hey, yeah, like, for example, the AT&T timing records. We're about to go to that right now. Moreover, had law enforcement indicated in Exhibit A that the WSU query and lack of a front license plate only came across its radar after defendant had been identified through IgG? Hippler, you're insane! That's exactly what happened here. They just didn't tell you. But now they're basically telling you because they need you to give them a generic tip that led them to Kohberger. This is absurd. So So this is when you realize that Hitler's sitting back and like, oh, wow, they really did lie. And they let me believe in a hearing that they got to Bryan Kohberger in part by WSU when they in fact did fucking not. They did not. Again, let me repeat that for you guys. Moreover, had law enforcement indicated in Exhibit A that the WSU query and lack of a front license plate only came across its radar after defendant had been identified through IGG, defendant has not explained how this would have eroded probable cause. No, but guess what? They didn't explain that to you because they thought maybe you would understand that they misled the tribunal, because that's not fact. Indeed, as discussed below, including the IGG evidence would have provided more, not less, probable cause. Dude, he has no concept of this timeline. None. Is he reading the documents? Is Hitler reading the documents? Hitler, they're asking you for a generic tip now, that they need you to say that they can lie to the jury on how they got to Bryan Kohberger because the IGG's out. But why would they want the IGG to be out? That's how they got to Bryan Kohberger. Why not be talking about it? Well, because they don't want the jury to know and the whole world to know what the fucking feds did. I mean, this Hitler, woo, daddy. Woo, daddy. Hitler, they're not asking you for a generic tip for no reason, buddy. They can't explain how they got to Bryan Kohberger any other way. And so now this all just blew up in your face because of right here. Moreover, had law enforcement just indicated in Exhibit A that the WSU query and lack of a front license plate only came across its radar after defendant had been identified through IGG? Defendant has not explained how this would have eroded probable cause. Well, we're going to show you how it's going to erode beyond a reasonable doubt. Because they lied. They lied to you. You fucking ate it up like prom night. Hitler, you just ate it up like prom night. They lied. I don't know how this isn't prosecutorial misconduct. They used false evidence because they have a judge believing that there can be no question that the defendant was identified in part through the WSU officer's queries. That's a fucking lie. That is not true at all. And for him to say there can be no question that the defendant was identified in part that way, Hitler, we're going to see how hypocritical you are April 9th. Now, when the state came out ripping alternative perpetrator, they don't want that to have the defense show anything about that. Number AT&T timing advance records. Number 10. We all know what the state came out and said. They said, the state brings this motion based on defense counsel's repeated references to the alleged existence of AT&T timing advance records related to defendant's cell phone. See defense supplemental response, expert witness, defendant. This is about Cyray. So the state then says, listen, There is no such thing, okay? The state has been advised and will offer documentation and or testimony that AT&T records are produced by their GLDC, the Global Legal Demand Center. AT&T GLDC did not begin producing timing advance records until May of 2023. So they're like, these records do not exist because the murders happened in 2022, okay? They didn't start doing this until May of 2023. This is their argument. All records for defendant's phone were obtained from CLDC in December of 2022. You know, that big controversial, like December 23rd, Payne going and getting 2 search warrants. The state intends to supplement this motion with additional information from the FBI and or AT&T prior to the hearing on this motion on April 9th, 2025. Any statements or inferences by defense counsel or their witnesses that there is additional evidence that could be or that could have been provided or was not provided is a mischaracterization of the evidence and should not be allowed. Under IRE 403, any probative value of such evidence is outweighed by the danger of misleading the jury, undue delay, waste of time, you know, those reasons. Now, Ann Taylor and company come in and throw their D's on the table. Comes now Bryan Kohberger buying through his attorneys, blah, blah, blah. And the state's motion seeks to prevent Mr. Kohberger from confronting, through a full and fair cross-examination, a portion of its case. The state seeks Mr. Kohberger's silence on records produced by AT&T. These are the timing advance records. The state's motion informs the court that that's what TA means, not tits and ass, but timing advance records were not produced by AT&T until May of 2023. Like, it was not a thing you could get. Mr. Kohberger agrees with that claim. However, this is a very big however, that is only partial information. That's what they do. Half truths over there. That's what the whole probable cause affidavit is. It's half truths. The state is misleading the court just like they did with WSU and that they got to Bryan Kohberger that way. The state is misleading the court in its motion by what it leaves out. What the state is not saying is that the TA records, timing advance records, they existed at AT&T in November and December of 2022. The state has to know this. Ready for the bomb? The state has to know this to be true because in April of 2024, the state produced the actual records from AT&T for cell towers and individual TA records for 2 of the 4 deceased, 1 for a person who had been a person of interest at the beginning of the investigation, as well as over 3,800 people on the cell tower. These records were from November of 2022 and were produced in discovery to Mr. Kohberger in 2024. What that means, guys, is that when they produced the discovery and they were producing other people's phone, discovery that didn't have to technically do with Bryan Kohberger. It wasn't like his phone records. These were other people's. And in them, boom, there's these TAs. It's like, wait a second. Like, that's how sloppy they are. This is so sloppy. It is accurate that AT&T Global Legal Demand Center, hey, they did not produce TAs back then to law enforcement in 2022. The TA reports from AT&T GLDC were not available to state and local law enforcement until June of 2023. However, a big however here. However, yep, if you were local or state, you weren't getting them. But however, the existence of these reports in this case is direct evidence that these records could be and were provided to law enforcement by AT&T prior to production through GLDC. Boom! Which then we go back to this whole suppression hearing and all the plethora of motions that were filed for it that we still don't have, that they still have not unsealed. Unseal Ann Taylor's Franks. Unseal Ann Taylor's IGG now. Unseal the state's response. Fuck your transcript. Stick that so far up your fucking ass. Give me the documents that were filed in connection with this case. The transcripts of the closed hearing. No, I'm good. I'm good on hearing about lies. I want to see the timeline. I want to see the evidence that was put forth that Hitler couldn't see the fucking tree right in front of him. You cannot violate our rights. Lana does not know if Bryan Kohberger is innocent or guilty. This is about our rights. This is about people that are government employees that we pay for that are literally fucking our rights up. They don't have the right to fucking lie and mislead the courts and hide evidence. You don't have that right. We don't pay for people to do that. So what this means, you guys, 101, the feds got it. The feds had it. Just like the feds got all the other people before Bryan Kohberger's name came from IGG, the feds got all these TAs. Syray knows this. Syray has worked with them. As such, Mr. Kohberger's AT&T TA report from 2022 would not have been provided through AT&T GLDC. Like, now you go back to how they wanted to word their bullshit. AT&T GLDC did not begin producing timing advance records until May of 20. Oh, thanks for that. No. Oh my God, that's like a test. Okay, thanks for my notes. Okay, awesome. I don't give a shit. It has nothing to do with this. It doesn't matter when they started providing shit because you didn't get it from them. And you know you didn't get it from them, Ashley Jennings, the biggest inserter prosecutor I've ever seen in my life. Girl, if I was Ann Taylor, I'd be throwing your ass on the damn ticket and you'd be a witness in this case. Because they came to you every step of the way. You and Bill Thompson were calling the shots with all of this shit. And then parading Bill Thompson like a puppy dog, Santa's on camera on 11/28, 11/29, 11/30 of 2022 saying that he would send his kid back to school. Because he knows what we don't know. Oh, well, that sounds like you need to be subpoenaed. What did you know on 11/28 and 11/29 and 11/30 that we didn't, Bill? Oh, isn't that around the same time that, I don't know, found Bryan Kohberger's car on 11/29 coming out parading your ass? The state has been advised and will offer documentation and or testimony that AT&T records are produced by their global. Yep, that's fact. AT&T did not begin. Sure. All records for defendant's phone were obtained from right here. Yeah, maybe through you guys in December of 2022 from local when you guys did your little search warrants, but not what the feds did and not what you used. And how do we know that? Well, because watch, Ann Taylor about to tear that ass up right here. Ann Taylor then goes on to say, as such, Mr. Kohberger's AT&T TA reports from 2022 would not have been provided through AT&T's GLDC. AT&T GLDC began storing the data to produce the TA reports in May of 2023, but did not provide the actual TA reports to state and local law enforcement until June 15th of 2023. So she's reinforcing that, the command center, yep, you're right. They didn't start providing those to local and state until then, which was after, because watch what she says right here. AT&T had TA reports prior to their availability through GLDC. The state attempting to say the reports were not available until GLDC produced them is nothing more than asking the court for permission to hide the state's failure to disclose Mr. Kohberger's AT&T TA report. Because they have it. They have it. They haven't turned it over. They motherfucking have it. And how does Ann Taylor know this? Depending on how far back the report goes, it will contain exculpatory evidence that will partially corroborate Mr. Kohberger's alibi. Mr. Kohberger will provide evidence, testimony, and argument in support of his claim that the state misrepresents the availability of the TA report of the records. You want to know how? Is that right, Ms. Taylor? Is that right? Here's the background information here, Hip. Mr. Kohberger's TA records are different than other records provided in discovery. The records are location data that are accurate in determining the location of a cell phone. TA, timing advance, is a term used in the cellular network industry relating to a measurement of time. It measures the time it takes for a radio frequency signal to travel between a mobile device and a base station in a cellular network. Timing advance is required in cellular networks to assign a time slot to a mobile device, allowing it to transmit data so that it does not interfere with other devices. Given the signal is traveling at a known speed, the speed of light divided by, it is possible to use the timing information to determine the distance of the mobile device from the base station. These measurements can be very accurate. When a mobile device is using multiple cell sites, it is possible to utilize what I think that they've done, trilateration, to determine a very, very specific location, typically ranging in meters. Essentially, timing advance records provide a much greater detail of accuracy than regular cell site location information, only providing cell site and cell sector information. When analyzing a pattern of life, if you guys have been watching the Monica Simontelli case, this is what is going on with Cyree, and he's going up against the LA special people there and blah, blah, blah. But when analyzing a pattern of life associated with a mobile device, which is what Ann's been hinting at, that, we have 67, 68 devices, right? And they show a life pattern. Law enforcement commonly relies on timing advance records for this purpose. So they can pinpoint precise travel routes, stagnation, and anomalies within a pattern of life. The methodology and accuracy is supported through established, published, and accepted scientific practices. AT&T was the last of the major providers in the United States to produce timing advance data for law enforcement. The first timing advance reports AT&T provided to law enforcement were the result of software program utilized by AT&T from a third party. Vivian Solutions. Vivian Solutions offered a software solution known as Arrows Geo. In using Arrows Geo software, AT&T was able to create and produce timing advance records for law enforcement, but due to the pricing of the software, it was only at great expense. So as a result, only certain law enforcement agencies were provided access to these reports. The FBI has been the primary agency given access. Hippler, did you know that? Did you know that? Is that right, Miss Taylor? The TA reports were not common, nor were they created in the normal AT&T ecosystem. Thus, TA reports were not accessible to the GLDC personnel within AT&T. The FBI utilized a different legal compliance unit within AT&T to access these timing advance records. Were you aware? I thought they were all co-located and all working together and everybody knew everything that was going on, right? Is that right? The legal compliance unit is separate from GLDC. Did you know that? When these reports were first made available to the FBI, it was draped in secrecy. As a result, there is little documentation to rely on when dealing with early AT&T TA reports made available to the FBI. AT&T, though, they developed a new system outside of that Arrow's Geo system, to produce these records at a fraction of the cost. This cost reduction allowed AT&T to provide these records to state and local law enforcement then in 2023. Woo-hee! As a result, GLDC was given access to timing advance reports in May of 2023 and began providing them to state and local law enforcement in June of 2023. The distinction is that AT&T timing advance records were available to only select law enforcement, specifically the FB motherfucking I, well before this internal change. Timing advance information records in the state's possession. Let's see what they have in the state's possession. Mr. Kohberger is aware of the fact AT&T GLDC did not produce TA reports in 2022. Hey, Ashley Jennings, you think your little one-page document, fluff piece, you and Bill, there is no doubt any representative from AT&T GLDC will testify to this fact. That's where Anne's like, clap, clap. Yep, just what Lana did about 15 minutes ago. Woohoo! Yeah, tell us that fact. That fact doesn't fucking matter. Mr. Kohberger does not contest this claim. Instead, the state is also aware of this, as they did not obtain the current AT&T timing advance records in their possession through the AT&T GLDC. Look at they're trolling them right there. Ann Taylor just laughs. This state is also aware of this, because they did not obtain the current AT&T TA records in their possession through AT&T GLDC either. Dude, this is wild. They had to utilize the FBI, who went through a very different legal compliance unit within the AT&T organization to obtain those records. At the onset of this investigation, Hippler, detectives with the Moscow Police Department began obtaining call detail records as part of the investigation. In doing so, they heavily relied on assistance from Special Agent Nick Balance. There we go, Nicky boy. Come on down. God, you're in so much trouble, baby. Nick Balance. Ooh, doggy. Sorry about to tear that ass up, baby. Ooh. This is first documented in emails exchanged on November 15th. Holy shit. Oh, man. That was before they even did their first search warrant, which was on November. They got their first search warrant for cell towers, the dumps. They thought it was in-house. Detective Lawrence Mowry and Brett Payne, they were tasked with writing search warrants, remember? To AT&T for a number of different requests. On November 15th, 2022, Detective Mowry requests verbiage via email from SA Balance in reference to AT&T records. An email string that was produced by the state in discovery contains a very clear account of SA Balance's knowledge of AT&T timing being available. SA Balance email to Detective Mowry states as follows. God, what a bunch of idiots. I love how Ann Taylor had to do this. Hey, this is what the subject line is, Hippler. Okay, so we know this about AT&T tower dumps, because you didn't know about that Ridge Road car that's going to come now and eat your ass. Nelos began, so this is from Nick. Nelos became location database of record of DBOR a little while back. List that and timing advance since both are applicable with them now. Nick Balance, signed Nick Balance. Okay. In reviewing this email, there is no doubt, Hippler. Do you understand? You can't say about this Ridge Road crap anymore, which was totally Ridge Road. That's how it was identified, by the way, the car. The Hippler said, how are you getting to that conclusion? What, Hippler? How are we getting there? The email states it. That they identified the car from Ridge Road. Hippler, in open court and in an order, said, this information doesn't say that. And you know what the state sat there and did? Nothing. They knew exactly how they identified that car. Ridge Road. How that is not prosecutorial misconduct is beyond me, because you are presenting false evidence. Misleading. That's exactly what Nick did in Delphi. So in reviewing this email, there is no doubt the email is in reference to AT&T, as it is referenced in the subject line. But see, do you understand why they have to write it like this? Like, you literally have to spell out every little thing. And thank God that I'm a person that does that, because I was able to preserve a lot of one of my records because of that. Additionally, there's an attachment with the email chain that contains the words warrant AT&T, just in case. Remember? Now, you want to know what Hippler should be having here? He should be having literally nightmares, okay? Legit nightmares, because we just had a suppression hearing, okay? And here, the defense is showing Hippler, you were lied to, and you believed it. You were lied to, and you didn't see through it, and you believed it. Back with everything with the suppression hearing. Okay. So Detective Mowry then forwarded S.A. Balance's email to Prosecutor Ashley Jennings. Woo! This is why Ashley Jennings was testifying, basically, when she was asking questions. She's like, what do you mean? They did this and this and this. And I was like, damn, Ashley Jennings really knows what went on. Like, it was like she was wearing a badge. Come to find out, she was 100%, her and Billy Boy, they were 100% involved in everything to do. They were calling the shots. So here to see this, that, well, here, Detective Mowry's like, I just forwarded to Ashley Jennings, you know? Oh, look at that. Objection to state's motion in limine, AT&T Records Exhibit 1. Please see the email chain. Which, those are sealed right now, but we'll get those one day. Detective Mowry was informing Prosecutor Jennings of the availability of AT&T timing advance reports and requesting it be added to the warrant. In reviewing the AT&T search warrants that were produced over the next few days after this email exchange, all of them contain specific verbiage requesting AT&T timing advance reports, just as recommended by Nick Balance. Now remember, this was back for the November, 15th, 2022. And here's Ashley Jennings. You know, she just wrote that piece of paper up. So in those search warrants, the language, Ashley Jennings is a part of it. While the above referenced email chain is clear as to the existence, availability, and knowledge of availability to the state regarding AT&T TA reports in November of 2022, in July of 2024, Mr. Kohberger received from the state AT&T timing advance reports from 2022 in reference to this investigation. These TA reports were not for his phone. This is how he found out, okay, and is proving that Ashley Jennings is full of fucking shit. It's because everybody's putting the phone in the car moving in sequence, guys. That's why this matters. Lana, what about the clicks on Amazon? Don't worry, I got a big old live for that coming. Lana, what about the clicks on Amazon? What about he bought a knife? Well, you want to know what they didn't say in that clicks on Amazon and that buying that knife and everything? Why don't they mention that it's the USMC logoed knife sheath? Why aren't they mentioning the product SKU number? Why aren't they mentioning what knife it is? Why? We'll get into all that. How did the state know to go and get a search warrant for the dates between March 20th and 30th of 2022? Very strange, huh? Where would they get that information from? Because they already had that information. Where does it say anywhere in any of these documents that you guys have been reading where it says that any of these victims were killed by a K-bar knife? It doesn't. Where does it say that in any of these items that they're talking about, Andrea Burkhart's going to be with me tonight. We're talking about Karen Reed, but we're going to get into Bryan Kohberger as well, because you know that's coming up. And I can't wait for you guys to hear her take on the Amazon click document. She is a fine defense attorney. Very smart, very methodical, articulate, very well, just all around human being. So please join me tonight as it's our first collaboration. We were both in Delphi, not together, like, she went there, I went there. But I got to know a little bit about her and Lawyer Lee, and I can't say enough about them as human beings. It was a really invaluable experience. Like there's times in life where you get stuff like that and you take it in and you learn as much as you can from very special people. So join me tonight. So these timing advance reports that Ashley Jennings is asking and telling Hitler that they're just making up evidence. This stuff doesn't exist. It didn't exist then. We didn't have access to it. It's like, Ashley, do you forget any about, like, and see, this is when people just don't give a fuck. When you're lying, you can't keep track of your lies. This has all been lies, you guys. And like I said, I have no idea. If Bryan Kohberger is innocent or not. If he's guilty, I have no fucking clue. Okay? But I will tell you what's gone on in this investigation has violated every single one of our fucking rights. And they have violated their own policies. And this isn't the first case. Are you kidding me? This shit goes on all the time. Why do you think the Innocence Project exists? You got people that were saying they did crimes that they didn't do because they were being the tactics that law enforcement that they were employing. It's fucking sick. This is sick. So back to this amazing document. Well said there, the real school. There you go. Distract from one lie, tell another lie. Yeah, and everything is word salad. And then they start making an argument about something that's not even what the argument is. And so I'm going to need this defense team to literally get street with it. Okay? You guys saw what Alan Jackson did yesterday. And if you haven't, he Rough Rider rolled up on them and there is no more such thing as courtroom decorum. Okay. Those days of just like, you have to just take it. No, you be polite about it, but you need to speak. And you need to speak on what it is. There is no more not attacking another lawyer, or that you don't call a lawyer a liar. I'm sorry, when you're a fucking liar, you're a liar. And whatever word you want to use to describe that, you go right the fuck ahead, but you need to start calling a spade a spade. And you lay it down with the proof. You CVS receipt the fuck out of these people. Okay, so in July of 2024, Mr. Kohberger received from the state AT&T timing advance reports from 2022. What were you doing with them? What were you doing with these random people's timing advance? Because God, we have to give these over. Oh my God, they're going to get it. They're going to catch us. In reference to this investigation, these timing advance reports were not for his phone. The state turned over 3 separate AT&T timing advance reports. 3 separate ones from AT&T. 3 separate individuals. All 3 reports contained AT&T timing advance data from November of 2022. Do you know the only way to have received this in this date? FBI and their relationship. In the early phases of this investigation, law enforcement identified 3 AT&T phones of interest. Okay, 3. Bryan Kohberger's was not one of them. 2 belonged to deceased, and the 3rd phone belonged to a person of interest whom law enforcement was investigating as a suspect. As a suspect. I believe that this person is Cole. Detective Mowry authored an affidavit in support of a search warrant to AT&T issued on November 16th. The AT&T timing advance records for these phones. Because I went back and checked, and 2 of the victims had AT&T. And then this one person, whose was it? So out of the 3. All 3 timing advance reports were produced by AT&T and are currently in the state's possession. The timing advance report the state disclosed on other phones is what Mr. Kohberger has sought relating to his own phone records. Because if they did it for these ones, right, you know damn motherfucking well they did it for his phone in December. You understand? Or did they purposely not go and get them because they knew that the phone wouldn't match the path of travel that they were about to put this motherfucker on? You know what I've realized over the years is this is one of the cop things that they teach you, but they'll never tell you that they teach you this. You want to use Dropbox? Don't email, use Dropbox. Or if you are going to email, you email with Dropbox. And then when you open up an email, there was something that was attached to it that you still had to open up. So that's how you'll get around, discoverable information. I didn't have it. I didn't discover it yet. It was in a Dropbox. I didn't discover it yet. That is a huge law enforcement tactic. And I said to myself, well, why would so early on would that even be, something that's going through your mind? Now you can answer that question yourself. Why something like that would need to be going through your mind? That be careful of what you make discoverable before you do certain things. I thought we were always just supposed to be following the evidence and going and searching through things and doing it the right way, and that we want to get justice for people that were murdered, right? So, Bryan Kohberger requested the report through discovery, and during a motion to compel, Mr. Kohberger is aware and will provide testimony and support that the AT&T timing reports currently in the state's possession were not provided to the state by AT&T and GDLC, which is basically saying, where did they come from then? The relationship with FBI, just like how you got the other ones. They are currently in the state's possession. Do you understand that that's Brady? The reports were produced through another compliance unit with AT&T through the FBI's close relationship with AT&T. And saying we have receipts. Mr. Kohberger points that relying on GLDC stating that they did not provide timing advance reports in 2022 misses the issue at hand. Exactly what I just said. They try to make things an argument that's not the argument. We know damn well that they didn't exist for them to give out then. But we also know damn well that you know that that's not how you got them. And so why are you even saying this? Last time I checked, omission is just, that's like you not telling your boyfriend or girlfriend that, well, you never asked. Excuse me? You knew something and you didn't tell me. Yeah, but I didn't lie to you because you never asked, and so I didn't lie to you. Throughout the discovery process, the state has provided different explanations about timing advance report availability, but always claiming it was not in their possession. This is such a, you know why they keep using this word and this terminology? Because it's what's in the possession, okay? And it's going to come down to like this whole Karen Reed thing with the Sally Port, all right? The Sally Port video, people can be like, well, why aren't you just going to like, you know, suppress it and keep it out? It's because even though it's not in its entirety and even though it's fucked up and shit like that, it still shows certain things. So you don't, the defense team wouldn't be looking, that's not going to equal our playing ground here because they destroyed evidence that we needed. We needed that. And we need to show now the jury how messed up it is. Okay. So I think this is going to be very similar type of argument where this was all in the control and possession of the prosecutors, right? The state. And they didn't turn it over. And what have we had to this point that we could have utilized those? The state obtained search warrants in December of 2022 where the state sought AT&T timing advance reports for Mr. Kohberger from November of 2022. The search warrant for Mr. Kohberger's phone data contains identical verbiage as was used requesting timing advance reports in warrants issued for other AT&T phones in November of 2022. The same process of serving the warrant was also followed. Moscow Police Department obtained the warrant, provided it to the FBI, who then provided it to AT&T. The exact same process, which resulted in timing advance reports being produced in November, was repeated in December. This is their exhibit number 2, which is to show objection to state's motion limiting TA records, exhibit 2. That's the name of this document. search warrants AT&T. The second AT&T warrant contained a document titled AT&T Mobility Carrier Request from instructing AT&T to provide TA records for the past 7 days as available. And that's exhibit number 3, the mobility carrier request. Mr. Kohberger has sought timing advance records related to his own phone and litigated the issue. During the course of litigation, the lead detective, Detective Payne, testified he had seen Mr. Kohberger's timing advance records. Remember why we were all wondering why Ann Taylor she was in the long game. She was in it for the long game. Hey, they're gonna go this route. Well, we're gonna get them all lying. Okay. Bryan, you're gonna have to hang on. Okay. We're gonna have to do this way because all of them are all in the cover your ass mentality and do whatever it takes. So like, they're not backing down from this. This is, you're going to have to hang on. Mr. Kohberger has documents produced with search warrants that instruct AT&T to provide timing advance data. Discovery documents contain emails about including that request in search warrants because it was available. Mr. Kohberger provides these documents as exhibits. Mr. Kohberger has a right to confront evidence in this case against him. His constitutional protection means he must be afforded a full and fair opportunity to cross-examine state's witnesses. AT&T timing advance reports are available. The state has produced reports that were prepared before GLDC produced them for law enforcement. Timing advance reports relating to him exist, yet the state has not produced them. The state now seeks to limit his cross-examination and their lack of disclosure by hiding behind half-truths. Mr. Kohberger must be allowed to explore the state's withholding the evidence. Now, one more time, this is what Ashley Jennings wrote. Comes now the state of Idaho by into the Latell County Prosecutor's Office and respectfully moves this court for an order in limine prohibiting the defense from making any reference to the absence of AT&T timing advance records for Bryan Kohberger. The state brings this motion based on defense counsel's repeated references to the alleged existence of AT&T timing advance records related to the defendant's cell phone. See defendant's supplemental response, RE expert witness, defendant's exhibit D11 through B, page 49. Defendant's Bates, pages 3,873. Defendant's exhibit da-da-da. The state has been advised. How about it has been advised? No, bitch, you were involved. You didn't know that you need to be advised. You know exactly what's going on. The state has been advised and will offer documentation and or testimony that AT&T records are produced by their GLDC. AT&T GLDC did not begin producing timing advance records until May of 2023. All records for defendant's phone were obtained from GLDC in December of 2022. The state, so right there, all records for defendant's phone were obtained from. This is what they're claiming. But remember, Payne testified that he saw timing advance records. It's because he saw them way before. They're not. She's trapping them. The state intends to supplement this motion with additional information from the FBI and or AT&T prior the hearing. What are you talking about? Oh, because you think that we give a shit that Nick Balance is going to say that we didn't get it? They have no problem with, they have to lie now, guys. They have to lie. How inept would it be that they wouldn't go and get Bryan Kohberger's timing advance records? That doesn't even make any sense. They put a damn trap and trace on him. They did timing advance records on all these other people. And then you have to ask yourself, maybe it does make sense why they wouldn't go and get that item. Or the FBI would hold it back because it exculpates him. Any statements or inferences by defense counsel or their witnesses that there is additional evidence that could have been provided or was not provided is a mischaracterization of the evidence and should not be allowed. Really? Huh. Well, that's Anne's response to that. Timing advanced. And then normally in motions in limine, you guys, everybody was messaging me saying, Lana, what's this? Ray can't testify, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, that's not what that means. But normally, let's see. You don't have people testify at motion in limines, okay? And here, Ann Taylor was like, the reason I'm asking for this is because Ashley Jennings is over here talking about we're going to offer up. I mean, what? So you guys just have no problem lying. That's what you're saying. Now the going in order here, I read this off the state's motion in limine for alternate perpetrator. They don't want to be able to have third-party culpability. And so more specifically, the state seeks an order prohibiting Mr. Kohberger from offering alternative perpetrator evidence or argument without first satisfying the court that such evidence is relevant and admissible pursuant to, so this is the snapback. Mr. Kohberger has a right to present a full and complete defense for the crimes of which he is accused. This right is protected by the Sixth Amendment. When presenting a full and complete defense of the crimes charged, Mr. Kohberger should be given an opportunity to proffer evidence of an alternative perpetrator so that such evidence can be properly evaluated for relevancy and admissibility under Idaho rules of evidence. The timing of when an offer of proof is made is not clear. And then they're talking about the different cases. Two unpublished opinions provide guidance. The typical timing of an offer of proof is during trial. Offer of proof during trial, in Buck, again, talking about that case. The state argues that literally thousands of tips regarding possible perpetrators were received by law enforcement during the course of the investigation, and that none of these tips were substantiated without exception of information regarding the defendant. The state is correct that over 45,000 tips have been disclosed, and tips continue to come in daily. This case is full of alternate perpetrators. The state has chosen to focus on Mr. Kohberger and its own pearl. Mr. Kohberger will produce offers of proof related to many alternate perpetrators in this case that will meet Idaho rules of evidence. Many alternate perpetrators can be connected to the crime. There's a nexus. So Anne's basically saying there, yeah, you'll see our offer of proof at trial. So that's number one. We're going on here to Alibi. Alibi goes with so the state's motion limine They talk about the alibi and that, hey, you didn't disclose it properly. You didn't disclose it on time. The only way that we want you to talk about this is if you're going to talk about if Bryan Kohberger takes a stand. So Ann's response to the alibi. The state provided the court a list of pleadings to take notice of in support of its motion. However, the state failed to provide the court with the full scope of the pleadings. Mr. Kohberger filed a response to the state's request for discovery disclosure and alibi demand on June 9th, 2023, and contemporaneously filed a motion for exception on or about to extend time. And that was or in the on or about the 9th. So the state filed a response to our motion for an extension on June 13th with an agreement additional time. Mr. Kohberger filed his notice of an alibi on July 24, 2023. This notice stated that at the time alleged by the state that he was inside the King Road home, he was driving his vehicle and not in Moscow. Okay. The state filed a motion to compel on July 27, 2023, and hearing was held on August 18th. The state provided a partial transcript of the hearing in their motion limine. Subsequently, speedy trial was waived and the scheduling order was vacated. Mr. Kohberger advised the state he intended to offer expert testimony through Cy Ray as partial corroboration that he was driving south and west of Moscow, Idaho during the early morning hours of November 13, 2022. The expert testimony involves cell site location information, CSLI. Mr. Kohberger further advised the state of his intention to cross-examine any state expert in that field. Objection to state's motion limiting alibi exhibit. So then they attach an exhibit here, which I'll show. After that disclosure, the court heard Mr. Kohberger's fourth motion to compel, wherein, among other things, Mr. Kohberger sought further records related to CSLI. Mr. Kohberger called Mr. Ray to testify at this hearing, and the state declined cross-examination. That's important. The state provided records necessary to CSLI in various batches of discovery. These records consist of call detailed records from AT&T, cell tower lists, and drive test data. The state provided its cast draft report and later a final report. However, no analysis has been provided. The state did not produce a timing advance report for Mr. Kohberger's cell phone. See, this is all coming, it's all intertwined. See also motion limine to exclude experts, Nicholas Balance, which we're going to go to next because it's very important, and objections to state's motion limine exclude references to timing advance reports. Partial corroboration does not cover the time alleged in the state's charging documents or in any affidavit in support of searching and seizing Mr. Kohberger's personal property. Partial corroboration relates to where Mr. Kohberger was during the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. People need to reread that. To suggest that Mr. Kohberger is hiding a witness that will prejudice the state, this is not the case. Mr. Kohberger has stated exactly how he will partially corroborate where he was. He will use information contained in the discovery supplied by the state, and he will present the testimony of expert witness Cy Ray. You know, this is what he's been trying to get his hands on this whole time. Mr. Kohberger has met his statutory obligations of providing the state of notice of corroboration of his partial alibi. And they're calling it a partial alibi because it's like anything. I'm using my phone. My phone isn't me. Okay, guys? It's no different than the state. Okay? People leave their phones at home when they commit crimes, remember? Everything is coming back to you guys weren't giving us the stuff that we needed. When Cy Ray said there's a chunk of stuff missing, there's data missing. Like he saw things and he's like, where did you get this from? Basically saying it was the timing, and he saw timing advance shit. Where did this come from? These weren't available to you guys. Where did you get this? And then why are the first 7 minutes missing? Because then Nick Balance changes his tune, and that's what Ann was citing there in a footnote. So that takes care of then the alibi. Fourth, demonstrative exhibit. I was waiting to see Ann's response to this, to see why she wouldn't agree to it. So they want to use this aid right here, which is this King Road house. Okay. And let's see what Ann Taylor has to say about this demonstrative that would be like on a rolly sort of, to use and for people to point to where they are. And remember I said, well, I would be objecting to this because, for one, you took 4,000 pictures. Like, to point out where you were or how you would have seen things, you know what I mean? You also have like 3D imaging. Like, why do you need this? So let's see. Here's Ann Taylor. So number 4, demonstrative exhibit, the house. Now this is the defense's position on that. The defense is saying that the demonstrative aid the state seeks permission to use is not to scale replica of the house where the killings took place. This is not a demonstrative aid like a graph or a chart or an enlarged photograph. This is a model built from examination and analysis of the house. Upon learning that the state intended to have a model of the crime scene built for demonstrative purposes in October of 2023, the defense requested specific discovery. Please see the objection to state's MIL demonstrative exhibit number 1 and 1A. And also that's the 11th supplemental discovery request attached exhibit J, item number 24 or 241. And the state's response attached that's part of the exhibit here. None had ever been produced other than a single police report discussing the intent to build a model until over 226 gigabytes of discovery was delivered to Mr. Kohberger on March 14th. Dude, the deadline was September 2024. Okay. After the discovery deadline, the state sought a stipulation to this exhibit. Mr. Kohberger declined. Objection to state's MIL demonstrative exhibit number 2 to see the email chain. The state disclosed a drawing, alleging it is a drawing of a model that will be built. It was only 3 days ago, that they disclosed who is building the model, the credentials of those who are building the model, and the date underlining the model. And the data. The state's expert disclosures did not discuss the use of a model. So in the state's expert disclosures, this is what came up in January when they're like, Hippler, what are you going to do about this? We have all of these expert disclosures from December 18th that just have people's names, no reports, no opinions. What the fuck? But we have to answer to this shit and say who our experts are. And what? They argued that. And remember, we heard what Hippler said, that he wasn't giving any, there's no other deadlines. So basically, if you didn't do your job and put them in, then it's not coming in. We all heard what Hippler said. Let's see if he sticks to it, because it's going to be really key. After the discovery deadline, the state sought a stipulation to the exhibit. Mr. Kohberger declined. In order to ensure this is a fair and accurate model, the defense would need to hire its own expert to evaluate the model once it is done, conduct independent investigation into the underlying data, potentially develop more or different evidence, and then litigate the admissibility and specifics of the model based on that investigation. The state has delayed this for so long, despite specific requests for discovery and knowledge of the upcoming trial date, that it would prejudice Mr. Kohberger's ability to investigate and challenge the model, and it should therefore be excluded. On Friday, March 14, 2025, the state produced a discovery file regarding this demonstrative aid. The discovery file is massive and contains materials that require an expert to even open it, to read them. I know what that's like. These are the 3D scans Mr. Kohberger asked for over a year ago. Are you fucking kidding me? This is the Pharaoh scans? The new discovery contains documents that indicate that the state has been working on this since late of 2023. The state's extremely late disclosure of what Mr. Kohberger requested at the time of learning about the state's plan violates Mr. Kohberger's right to a fair trial, effective assistance of counsel, and due process. This discovery is more than 6 months past the state's discovery deadline, as I pointed out with that September date. 3 months past the expert disclosures, and a little over 4 months until trial. The state must not be allowed to violate Mr. Kohberger's rights, ignore the criminal rules in 16, and disregard this court scheduling order. The state cites this case in support of its request to allow the demonstrative aid. This case is about whether the jury should have a demonstrative aid during deliberations. It is noteworthy that the demonstrative aid in that case was a PowerPoint presentation to illustrate expert testimony and used by the expert during testimony and further subject to cross-examination and the adversarial process. The state also cited Masters in support of its request to allow the demonstrative aid to be used with witnesses to illustrate testimony. That case was a civil damages case. The demonstrative aid was a similar vehicle seat, same model, same vehicle, same model, vehicle, different year. And the purpose was for the jury to understand a material issue in the case, how the injury was sustained. The Court of Appeals stated that exhibits are inadmissible of demonstrative purposes, quote unquote, when they do not illustrate or make clearer some issues in the case. That is where they are irrelevant or immaterial, or where they are of such character as to prejudice the jury. The state properly acknowledges that requested demonstrative evidence must be subject to rules of evidence 403. First, relevancy must be established. Idaho rules of evidence for one state that relevant evidence is evidence that has a tendency to make the existence of a fact of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. That's why I think it's not going to get in. What's the relevancy in this? I don't think it's relevant. How is that relevant? How is this I'm sorry, to distinguish, yeah, I was going on, I used the back door patio door. I used the front door, which is, the state saying that this was just because it was an awkward house, okay? It would help the jury to see it. And it's like, wait, what? To understand the testimony. You guys, you put up a picture on the screen and you say, was this the door you're talking about? Was this the door you're talking about? The state outlines its purpose of depicting where people and objects were located. The description is general, and the variety of potential witnesses that this aid is sought for is not defined. Relevance is further complicated by the state's claim that this is not a 2-scale model. However, it is built from measurements taken by specific agents. Idaho Rule of Evidence 403 requires a balancing test of the probative versus prejudicial value of the requested evidence. The state does not grapple with that issue. Tomato, grapple, grabble, grabass. The demonstrative aid, a model house constructed in an undisclosed way, is not relevant, and even if it was relevant, it is unfairly prejudicial, cumulative, confusing, and or is misleading to the jury. The state has thousands of photographs of this house, 3D imagery, and multiple witnesses that have been inside the house. Evidence produced in this manner allow a jury to evaluate it using their own common sense and experience. They are seeing something they are familiar with, or in this case, of a 3D model. The jury can view the depiction and hear testimony and cross-examination of that depiction. That is not the case if the state utilizes a model that is not to scale. Placement of walls, doors, and other structural objects may or may not be accurate. Lines of sight, that would be my big thing. Lines of sight may or may not be accurate. There is real danger of the jury relying on a depiction that is not factually true. Nothing in the law the state relies on supports regarding Mr. Kohberger's rights, discovery rules, and the court's order. Nothing in the law says that this is okay. Why are you even asking for it to be accepted? You guys, this is crazy, okay? The state wants to bring in a mini dollhouse, all right? And basically it's like, for what purposes? What purposes? Nothing in the March 14, 2025 discovery disclosure provides good cause for delay. For example, the photo log from the pictures taken is dated in November of 2023. The photos that you showed us that you were like, what have they been doing? You guys, what are they doing? The discovery deadline, September of 2024. Like, this is getting denied. This is denied, like 100 million %. If this gets in, I will shave my head. The state had a duty to disclose discovery and did not. Mr. Kohberger will not have an opportunity to examine the model and its supporting data because guess when it's going to come in? It's going to come in like days before the trial. And now if they're going to try to we just want them to be able to point to it like, hey, where were you? This is where your room is, so that they can see that right up above that's where Xana's room would have been. Okay. What it sounds like, Ashley Jennings, is that you're being lazy and that you don't want to organize your file. And you don't want to organize pictures and exhibits and label them all. And you want to have this as like your GoDaddy. Like your fucking, you're going to just be referencing this dollhouse every time. That's what it seems like to me. And I think what you're also doing is it's not going to be, I'm sorry, but if I'm Ann Taylor, this is going to sound bad, but I'm going to say it. No way am I letting Dylan and Bethany off the hook for you're sitting in a house and showing the photos then to how you didn't go, like, why are you calling your mom at 7:30 in the morning or your dad at 7:30 in the morning? Tell me these girls' health data it was not enabled on their phone in some capacity to show stairs climbed. how many steps these people were taking. You know that's coming. You know that's right. Nothing to see here in this dollhouse that has no blood on it and nothing's going on. Like, no way. No. Mr. Kohberger will not have an opportunity, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Just turning over the 3D imaging that they've been asking for a year. Get the fuck out of here, dude. This is all the Moore case all over again. It's the same thing with that. Bye. That's not happening. All right, demonstrative. Immediate family definition. Okay, you guys, I'm going to use that for a day that I want to laugh. Fuck it. We'll close with this. I said to myself, how is this being even put in? Like, what's going on? Comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Lates Hall County prosecuting attorney and respectfully moves this court and limit for the following guidance. They need guidance. Guidance. And Ann Taylor's like, guidance on what? So they need guidance as to what is the definition of immediate family? What is the definition? Well, here's Ann Taylor. Ann Taylor's like, what? Specifically, the state asked the court for guidance on which immediate family members are allowed in the courtroom for the entirety of the trial. Mr. Kohberger objects to this request on the basis that it is too narrow in scope and that the court's guidance should be broadened to address related topics of discussion below. And I'm like, wait, where's she going with this, right? First, the individuals identified by the state as family members of the victims include mothers, fathers, a stepmother, a stepfather, brothers, sisters, a stepsister, and grandmothers. States Exhibit 1. Acknowledging the term immediate families is undefined in blah, blah, blah. The state's motion asks the court for guidance on what immediate families mean. The term immediate family is susceptible to varying interpretations. Idaho case law has looked to Idaho statutes and Black Law Dictionary to determine what an immediate family is. I'm sorry. Black's Law Dictionary and relevant definitions in the Idaho Code clearly include parents and siblings as immediate family members. Whether stepfather, stepmother, stepsister, or grandmother are included within the definition of immediate family is less clear. For the purpose of giving victim impact statements, relatives related by marriage, such as in-laws, are immediate family members. So Ann Taylor was like, okay, I don't know if they're talking about like what part of the trial are we talking about here? So she proceeds to, using the logic, sound, pain, step-siblings, siblings related by marriage of the victims have been recognized as immediate family members, state. Following this logic, it is likely that step-parents are relatives related by marriage that would be included in the immediate family. In the recent Vallow and Daybell case, trials held in Ada County, grandparents of the victims remained in the courtroom throughout the trial. Statutory definitions, dictionary definitions, case law, and other local practice combined would allow all the family members identified by the state to be considered part of the immediate family. Like, what is wrong with you people? She's like, what's wrong with you? Why are you asking for guidance? Everybody that you just named is an immediate family member. So Ann's over here like, okay, why the hell would they even be doing this? That's what she's thinking. Like, what are they up to even ask this craziness? Okay. And thus, Mr. Kohberger stipulates to the individuals listed on Exhibit S1 as being considered immediate family. Second, Mr. Kohberger respectfully requests that the court's guidance outline proper courtroom decorum. Oh, shit. This is where I knew this was going. I was like, what is... We want to know who can be in there, okay? Because guess what the state didn't want? The state didn't want it coming on them that they had these outrageous people wearing T-shirts with pictures of the victim on them and the words in memory of, or T-shirts about shooting Mr. Kohberger. This is where... Second, Mr. Kohberger respectfully requests the court's guidance. How about you outline some proper decorum? Buttons or other apparel with words, photos, or artwork that can be observed by the jurors, such as conduct poses a coercive threat to the jury's ability to remain impartial. In court proceedings in Latell County, a family member of victim Kaylee Gonzalez wore a T-shirt to court related to the passage of Idaho's firing squad. The T-shirt read, "Justice for K. Sick, Idaho House Bill 186, shots fired. This must not be allowed in any future courtroom proceedings." Buffer zone. They want a buffer zone. Trials must be free from a coercive or intimidating atmosphere. But so now I get it, and it's very clear as to why I think the court wanted to have the guidance to say, the court let everybody in here, and they were allowed to be here during any and all testimony, and they weren't part of the, sequester, like they weren't being sequestered. If it wasn't their, day to testify. Case law from other states have noted that it would seem that the wearing of such buttons or T-shirts is not a good idea because of the possibility of prejudice which might result. Third, Mr. Kohberger requests the court's guidance. Can we get your permission? Can we get your guidance here? Wait until you guys see how they start going at each other. Third, Mr. Kohberger requests the court's guidance to include his family members present in the courtroom. His immediate family consists of his mother, father, and 2 sisters. So there you go. Making it known that I guess Bryan Kohberger is supported. Mr. Kohberger's Sixth Amendment right to a public trial would be violated if his family is excluded. The values of a public trial are 1, to ensure a fair trial, 2, to remind the prosecutor and judge of their responsibility to the accused and the importance of their functions, 3, to encourage witnesses to come forward, and 4, to discourage perjury. Let's keep that in mind. The scope of the court's guidance as requested by the state's motion limine: 1, those members stipulated to in State's Exhibit S1. 2, outlining courtroom decorum of the spectators. I love it. Courtroom decorum. We need to have some courtroom decorum here. And 3, exclusion of Mr. Kohberger's family. So yeah, I don't. So there's that. Now, again, it goes in order. So this is the state puts theirs in first. So the alternate perp, alibi, the demonstrative exhibit for the house. We've gone over the 911, okay? And we did the text yesterday. We did the AT&T, but here's the text. Now the response for this, actually I will close on that because then I'll be complete. And then I want to give more time to, immediate, there you go. The improper death penalty comments is the state doesn't want the defense referring to that the state's trying to kill Mr. Kohberger. Well, Ann Taylor had a very interesting response to that, which was, you guys decided to go see your grand jury, okay, and then you sought the death penalty, and she words it very interesting. So she says it like this. Mr. Kohberger faces 4 counts of first-degree murder. The charges began with an arrest warrant and a complaint. The state chose the grand jury process rather than a preliminary hearing. And the grand jury returned the indictment. Thereafter, the state chose to file its notice of intent to seek death. The jury selected to try Mr. Kohberger's case will be aware the state is seeking the death penalty. They will be informed at the outset for a variety of reasons. Mr. Kohberger must have a way of conducting voir dire with prospective jurors. He must be able to examine witnesses and present arguments in his trial. Mr. Kohberger suggests he use phrases that comport with existing language in the statute and jury instructions. The state pointed the court to ICJI 700C as how the jury would be instructed. But the jurors will also hear ICJ 7B when jury instruction are read. And in it talks about death. So Ann Taylor's response to that is, this is how this all played out. Now, the state, IGG, we know where they stand on this. And if you don't, it's very simple. They want it all out because they don't want anything about the FBI violating the policy and going into areas that they were not supposed to use and to get, these matches and blah, blah, blah. There's also no chain of custody. So here is the states, and their position is with the IGG was that we respectfully move the court in limine to Order 1, describing the extent to which the parties can refer at trial to the investigative genetic genealogy. 2, excluding from the trial any testimony or evidence related to the United States Department of Justice policy. Okay, that's really important for them because they violated it. Like, not just the FBI. Ashley Jennings, Bill Thompson, they were supposed to go get search warrants for things. I mean, the DOJ the interim policy was ripped up and we're doing whatever the fuck we want. Okay. That's what I believe, that if I was a juror to see that, how am I supposed to trust you or anything else the FBI was involved in and anything else that you guys were involved in? I mean, this is a circumstantial case. The terms of service of any of the genetic genealogy subscription services, the policy debate on whether law enforcement should use IGG in criminal investigations, and any alleged discovery violations. The name Bryan Kohberger first appeared on law enforcement's radar in this matter because of IGG. Hippler, are you listening? There was no in part by WSU. Okay. The name Bryan Kohberger first appeared on law enforcement's radar in this manner because of IGG. Period. And so how is it off the ticket for a probable cause? How is it off the ticket? How are you able to leave that off? Well, they had no choice. Because remember in all the suppression hearings, remember what they kept on saying? We didn't use IGG. We didn't use it to obtain any of our probable cause. We didn't use it to obtain any of our probable cause. We didn't use it to obtain any of our probable cause warrants or search warrants. None of them. You guys remember that over and over and over and over and over. Most recently, the court found the use of IGG during the investigation did not violate defendant's Fourth Amendment rights. So here, the state's like throwing it in Hitler's face. Like, look at how we did all of this. And all the suppression stuff was denied. But now, it was denied. So we're just going to tell everybody what we did and how we did it. And now what we need is you to suppress all this, but give us and let us use a generic tip. And then Ann Taylor came back and said, wait a second. Vicka Barlow really did it, but she says, we welcome that. How do you think that you're going to say that you got onto Bryan Kohberger without mentioning IGG? And this is what I've been saying so I've been blue in the face. You can't even talk about the sheath then. We had the sheath tested. We got DNA off of that. We put it in CODIS. There was no hits. Okay, and then what did you do with it? We sent it to Othram. Oh, can't say that. Don Daniels remembers. You guys. There is no Bryan Kohberger. There is no case. There is no nothing without the timeline where investigative genetic genealogy comes into play. Because everything happens with the name Bryan Kohberger and going and looking into where he goes to school, all of this stuff. Everything that's in that probable cause affidavit comes from IGG. And so to remind everybody that the state's saying that the remaining question is the extent to which the parties will be allowed to discuss IGG and related information at trial. So the name Bryan Kohberger first appeared on law enforcement's radar in this manner because of IGG, and IGG has been the subject of much litigation in this case. Most recently, the court found the use of IGG during the investigation did not violate defendant's Fourth Amendment right. But guess what? Guess what also the latest litigation did? It said that you, prosecutors and law enforcement, that your search warrants weren't tailored, that you got to him some other way, and that this was just a bonus. So you didn't have probable cause without IGG, which you left off of every single fucking warrant. So how was the warrant signed off? Because it was misled to the tribunal, because you said that you got to Bryan Kohberger because of WSU's fucking finding of the car. That's a lie. In Hitler, it's now clear as day, and it's in front of everybody's face. And this is what I think is sad. Because if Bryan Kohberger did the crime, this could potentially get off a murderer. But but the state and these law enforcement actors, they don't play God. and get to do whatever the fuck they want and lie. The state's view from the outset has been that IgG information was nothing more than a tip. My argument till I'm blue in the face will always be, it's not just a tip, because if we're like just average citizens that just call in a tip because, oh my God, Timmy came over my house and he was all bloody, and it was on November 13th. It was like at 5 o'clock in the morning, and he's my roommate. And I was like, what the hell happened to you? And he told me that he got jumped at the subway station. But now come to think about it, that was the same night that the kids were murdered. And so I'm going to call that as a tip, right? Did I take anything from the crime scene to make my citizens tip? Did I get to go and get any physical component of the crime scene and use it and do something with it then to create a tip? And the answer is no, I didn't. With IgG, you are physically taking something from a crime scene and then doing something with it. And based on that work from that you develop this S&P, right? And then from that, you start doing things to investigate this S&P and collect these relatives and do this family tree and shit like that. That's not how I told them about Timmy. So the state's view from the onset of this has been nothing more than a tip. Okay. And was never intended to, quote unquote, prove or substantiate defendant's guilt. Then what was it for? It was to develop a lead, right? Exactly. A lead that you should be able to tell the jury on how you went about doing it. But you can't because you fucking violated your own policy. To the point that it doesn't make you trustworthy. Do you understand that a jury, if they are to be heard about all of this stuff, you start not trusting the system. You start not trusting what they're doing. And when Ann Taylor would put all this stuff in front of a jury, right? It's like, oh my God. They didn't go and test blood. They didn't care about the blood that was there. Instead, the state planned to rely at trial on the evidence developed after the use of IgG. Are you kidding me? But this is what they're saying. Really? Because Hitler, this isn't what they said to you in court in January. This isn't what they said in January. This isn't what they put in a probable cause affidavit. This is a lie. But they're telling us, look it. They're telling us. Instead, the state planned this whole time. Hello. Instead, the state planned to rely at trial on the evidence developed after the use of IgG. Okay. So Hitler, then where do they get to start off at? And how does that work? So they just get to pick up on December 19th and just say, hey, we got this generic tip that somebody said Bryan's name to us. And that's where Becca Barlow comes in and she says exactly what I've been saying. That no, you can't just, there's such thing as suppression hearings, there's such thing as motion in limine to keep things out, but you don't get to make evidence 3 years after the fact. That's absurd. You don't get to do that. You don't get to lie to a jury on how you came for somebody to be a suspect or a person of interest, that you would do all of this crazy shit afterwards to try to make it be this person, unless you talk about how it all truly transpired. So, hey, instead, the state has always planned to rely on, at trial that, hey, we're just talking about the evidence developed after the use of IgG. Oh, all that circumstantial shit, right? such as the STR DNA analysis that found defendant's DNA matched the DNA collected from the K-bar knife sheath. And see, this is where I'm saying they're writing this because how do you even mention the sheath if you cannot mention what you did with the sheath to match it? You understand? You'd have to mention IgG. And basically, this is going to be the argument here at this big showdown in April. And anybody that's telling you different on social media or telling you different with these little news clips from all these different little mainstream media outlets, they're fucking lying to you. Okay? They don't want you to look what I'm showing you right now. They don't want anybody to look here. Okay? This is where they don't want you to look. And so basically what this all is saying right here is that based off of then Becca Barlow's response to this, we welcome how you think that you're going to talk about any of this. Becca Barlow says, excuse me, comes now Bryan Kohberger through his attorneys of record and hereby replies right here. The state agrees with the outcome of the motion and has agreed to not present any evidence of the IgG process. In its papers, the state says that it can present evidence of a generic tip without revealing the source or substance of the tip. Mr. Kohberger welcomes this argument and asks the state to identify the specific witness who will testify and the testimony that will be given. Since this testimony will be sanitized for the presentation to the jury to avoid the IgG process. Oh, by the way, it must also not falsely suggest that there was any other evidence or tip that led to the state to Mr. Kohberger. You guys starting to get it now? This was the whole where I said, oh, wow, this is a tic-tac-toe like double win. And if it went the way that the suppression hearing went, then this is what's about to happen. And basically, I am saying that there is no way you can talk about the sheath without talking about IgG. You can't just say we had, there was DNA on the sheath that we were able to extract, okay? We put it into CODIS, and we had this STR, we put it into CODIS, it's an unknown male, no hits, and so then it just matched to Bryan Kohberger one day. That's not happening. Okay, no. And then you can't go and say that, oh, well, since it didn't hit in CODIS, we then sent it to Authrum Labs to do investigative genetic genealogy. You understand? So how are you going to talk about the sheath, that piece of evidence? I believe that the defense just TKO'd it from being able to even be talked about. Bye, Armor. Delete those. Bye. Why are you in here mentioning all people? Okay. First of all, why are we talking about other creators in chat? Go behave like a pig somewhere else. One second here. Now I see why. That's why. I didn't have my subscribers only on. And so what people like to do is they like to come in and troll by talking about other creators, and they like to take the screenshots and then try to say, do you see that Lana just lets people talk about you like this in chat? You guys think that I don't know what the fuck y'all doing, little girl shit? Do you know who the fuck I am? Clip that shit. We don't, My work stands for who I am. Don't need to talk about people. They can talk about whatever they want. Don't do it here. So, point is, yeah, Mary, that's exactly what they did. I saw. Please. If they talk about IGG, but they have that picture selfie, you guys. Picture selfie about what? Think about it. Ready? IGG sheath. It's a piece of evidence in the crime scene. You cannot talk about the sheath without talking about IGG. If anybody doesn't understand that. That's a fact. Because of this. The name Bryan Kohberger first appeared on law enforcement's radar in this matter because of IGG. What idiots. But they think they're untouchable to announce that now. They're announcing now and slapping Hitler in the face with a bag of dicks and thinking that this has no consequence. That there's no consequences. Now we can announce to you that we didn't get to Bryan Kohberger because of WSU. Hitler, you fell for it. You understand that? Hitler, how are you reading these documents and just like not throwing up in your mouth? Oh my God, look at what we just did, guys. We just told everybody, look at that. Oh, look at that. Haha, we lied this whole time. We got to Bryan because of IGG. Look at that. Look at that. They put it in the damn doc. Then they're like, don't worry, watch Hitler got our back here. Watch this. Ready? The state also made clear from the beginning that it would need to reference the IGG information in some manner at trial. Like we knew all along how we were going to do this, guys. Well, God, that's interesting that you would know all the way back then how you were going to go ahead and fucking do this. And we're going to make sure that you guys don't talk about, because this is how it's going to work. If you think for a second that all this goes out, that the FBI did all it, and you think that you're going to be able to just say that the IGG was a generic tip, and that you got it on the 19th, that may work for round one of this trial, but that will never get past the appeals, ever. So I know the families don't want to be doing this for the rest of their lives. So this document right here is no wonder why they said we need people to come forward. We need everything on Bryan Kohberger that we can get our hands on. Because we got shit. And this guy did it. And now we have to somehow like make sure, because when our case and shit goes out the window, what is the jury going to hear if they... That's why Bicca Barlow's over here saying, we welcome you to explain to everybody. Mr. Kohberger welcomes this argument and asks the state to identify this specific witness who will testify at and the testimony that will be given. Since this testimony will be sanitized, for the presentation to the jury to avoid the IGG process, it must also not falsely suggest that there was any other evidence or tip that led the state to Mr. Kohberger. And that is what you call Bicca Barlow just TKO'd. If anybody doesn't believe that, they're crazy. Because like other cases, they do IGG in concert with things, okay? And that's not how this worked. There's nothing. And that's why they manufactured the car and the phone moving together, you guys. They manufactured that. They lied. The cast doesn't show that. The cast is missing the first 7 minutes. Nick Balance's documents and his data purposely exclude the first 7 minutes. Why would that ever be? Because the first 7 minutes of where Bryan would have been traveling is completely a different way and not going the way that he needs to be in Moscow in 24 minutes. Think about it. This is the definition of fabricating evidence to, you can say, frame a guilty man or frame an innocent man. But they made evidence that wasn't there with that phone and the movements of the phone to match that of this white car that they're alleging. And the person in it is the, perpetrator. Well, I personally think that this white car, whose ever car was, even if it was Bryan's, it seems like there's another person in there from what it was doing. Even if only as a generic tip to help the jury understand how the investigation progressed. Yeah, exactly. How the investigation progressed. How about how it started? How about how it started, to him? But I guess you could say that's how it progressed because it didn't originate on him. So I'll give you that. But it started on him from that. Because they're telling us that they can't say that they got this from WSU, guys, or they wouldn't be putting this in here. And Hippler now knows it. Unless he is blind and not reading. Okay. And so that's why I want to see how hypocritical Hippler's about to be. Because what he's doing is he is studying case law right now and trying to figure out a way to once again save the state. Just like he saved them during the suppression hearing. And he saved them by word salading and changing arguments. And it was quite disgusting. And what's going to be even more disgusting is if Bryan Kohberger did this and he doesn't get convicted, I don't want fucking him running around the streets. Are you fucking kidding me? But I don't want you doing this type of shit to innocent people because that's what you've been doing. You've been doing this shit to innocent people and they're in fucking prison. That's why the Innocence Project exists. The unethical fucks that we've given power to. And so this is where it's like, this is going to break the hearts of these victims' families. Is that here, if Bryan Kohberger did it, I think he's eventually going to be let go. And that makes me want to fucking vomit. But whose fault is it? Whose fault is it? Ashley Jennings, Bill Jennings, law enforcement. Because the school picked greed. The school picked money. The school said, I want to arrest now. We're going to lose all this enrollment. The defense, on the other hand, has been all in on presenting IgG at the trial. It has now disclosed two experts, Leo Larkin and Daniel Helwig, whose sole focus is information related to the IgG. The disclosure for Ms. Larkin indicates that the defense wants to discuss more than the IgG itself, but also present to the jury information one step further removed, including allegations that the FBI's use of IgG in this investigation violated a... Allegations? Are you fucking kidding me? These aren't allegations. They admitted to it. Who do you think you are to write this? The FBI admitted to using databases that they were not supposed to use. That's against DOJ policy. You guys didn't go and get search warrants. That's part of the policy as well. And guess who makes every freaking decision in that policy? The prosecuting office and the lead detective together, and the prosecutor has to sign off. Ashley Jennings knew when she was giving the fucking shit to the FBI from Othram, who did it the right way, okay? Said, fuck this. We're going to get to the FBI because they're going to do this, this, and this, and this, and this. Because why else would you take it away from Othram, who is going to get there eventually? And that's what you call integrity. That's what you call problematic for me to trust you. Because remember, this was just touch DNA. Touch DNA. You have blood at the scene. You have survivors that are lying to you. Dylan Mortensen up at 3:51 a.m. saving a number in her phone. But you didn't even look at her phone? She saved a contact at 3:51. How does she just pop up out of nowhere from a deep sleep at 4 a.m. and just awakes to, I just woke up out of nowhere at 4 a.m. I think it's crystal clear who Steve and Christy were talking about in their interview with Chronicles of Olivia when they said that people were cleared too fast and they wanted to know people's alibis. This is an allegation. Ashley, you know better. That the FBI used IgG in the investigation violated DOJ policy, the terms of service of certain genetic genealogy databases, and foreign law. The state now seeks an order from this court describing the extent to which the parties will be allowed to reference IgG at the trial and excluding the more tenuous information disclosed by the defense. What do you mean? These are the FBI did all the work in this case, literally all of it. Literally did the case. This court should enter an order describing the extent to which the parties can refer at trial to the IgG used in this case. And guess what the defense is saying? Sounds great, but you're not going to say that they can lie to the jury on how they got to Bryan Kohberger. You understand? You can't make up some thing that didn't happen. That's unheard of. It doesn't happen. There is no confidential informant, okay? The state should be allowed to present the IgG information at least as a generic tip to help the jury understand how the investigation progressed. How do you suggest that happens? They said that they just want, and like the detective, to say without source and substance that we received a tip, and then so we began to investigate Bryan Kohberger. That's what they want to say. You understand? Excuse me? So you got this tip on what? December 19th? Then how did you already have his AT&T records that were the timing advance before December 19th for Bryan Kohberger? How about that, honey? How's that working out for you? Evidence must be relevant to be admissible, says the state. Evidence is relevant if it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence. And the fact is of consequence in determining the action. Testimony from an investigator as to how an investigation progressed can be relevant and admissible. That's like, no shit. This happens every day in court. What's your point here? You want to just tell this jury that an investigator was given Bryan Kohberger's name, but you're not going to say the source, which was the FBI, and you're not going to say the substance of where it came from. Well, and then they're going to say, and then we tested Bryan Kohberger's DNA. Well, we went and got garbage and we tested against the sheath. Excuse me? Why didn't you test it against the blood? Why didn't you test it? Well, we tested underneath the fingernails too, but we didn't do that till later. So you never tested against the blood. This case is going to be off the hook. If Hitler rules that they can do this like this, I believe this is automatic appeal. This is a death penalty case. I've never seen, and you know what? Why don't people start having some talks about this on their little channels out there, or big channels? They want to put up selfies. Like that's fucking evidence. I want to put up Dylan Mortensen sharing a contact at, have you guys heard about that yet? Has any mainstream media outlet put up that Dylan Mortensen saved a contact in her phone at 3:51 a.m.? Have you guys seen that? How about Bethany's? Where's Bethany's photos of what she was taking pictures of at 8:30 in the morning? How about Bethany calling her parents beginning at 7:30 in the morning? Like 7:30, 8, 8:09, 8:05. 8. Have you guys seen any of that? Yes, Anna, Dylan is the villain here. Who said that Dylan's the villain here, Jeff? This is about a timeline. And when your timeline starts in shit, you can't get to from A to B to C if A is in shit. Okay, you're stuck at A. Dylan is the villain here. People lie all the time. You have to find out why they lied, Jeff. It's all about why somebody does something. It's a fact. Dylan saved a contact in her phone at 3:51 a.m. She couldn't have been asleep, Jeff, could she? Was she just butt dialing, saving contact names and numbers? Jeff, go enhance Linda Lane some more. Okay. Go enhance Linda Lane some more. Give me that footage of Linda Lane enhanced so I can see a white Honda Elantra circling. Okay. The day I listen to somebody that I don't like, that's just wild. You know what it starts with, Jeff? It starts with the time of the crime. The time of the crime is really, really important here. Wouldn't you think? What time this crime happened? Well, the state is basing its time of the crime on text messages and phone calls that happened all bunched up between 419 and 437. Note to self, next time I want to go commit murder, I'll just start texting, calling people, and telling them what I'm witnessing and what I'm hearing after I just was involved with something. Or if somebody that I know was involved in something, but I'm about to act like that wasn't the case. Oh, wait, that happens every night on Dateline. So I start with a timeline. And so you want to tell me the time of the crime happened based off of phone calls and text messages at that time from those two phones? I want to know why Maddie called BF at 2:53 a.m. I want to know what the substance of that call was about. Maddie makes a phone call to BF at 2:53. I think that's important. Because I could see myself as a college student, because I don't want to walk all the way downstairs. Hey, so-and-so's on their way over. Will you let them in? Bethany, so-and-so's on his way over. I just don't want to come down there. Can you just let him? He's on his way over. Or she's on her way over. That seems like something that I would call at 2:53 to make a phone call like that to my downstairs roommate whose bedroom is right there. Hey, don't be like, so-and-so's coming over. I'm giving him the key to I'm giving him the passcode to the front door, just so you don't, like, you're not alarmed or something like that. That seems like that'd be something that I would do. I'm glad Ali was smart enough to track down the Elantra and not sit there and focus on Dylan and Bethany. That's the thing, that they weren't, Jeff. They weren't doing that. They were hauling Dylan's ass in there all the time to talk to her. They didn't even put in Dylan's DNA underneath the fingernails to compare that to. Why do you think that? What do you think, Jeff? What do you think? I would like to know your opinion on that. They talked to Dylan 5 times, right? More? Don't know. I would think that the FBI would have talked to Dylan, and I don't see any FBI reports yet, so don't know. How about just answer that question for me, Jeff? Why didn't they compare Dylan's DNA underneath the fingernails of Madison Mogan and with the mixture of being Kaylee, Maddie, and Dylan? I thought that was very odd. They took Xana's, they took Bethany's, they took Ethan's. They made Kaylee one of the contributors. They took Jack D's, they took Cole's. Have a good day, Jeff. That's what I was thinking, that, Dylan refused, and then I would just think that they would be able to get her DNA, though, from, drinking something, or so I thought that was really, really interesting. Maybe it was just a typo, you know what I mean? Could just be a typo, right? Anyways, moving on. Woo! I love it. Come on live whenever you want, buddy. I'll debate anybody in this case. So the state saying, you're going to give us this generic tip, and we're not going to be talking about anything that had to do with this IGG. Okay. Because they say here, the IGG information falls on the Hall side of the line, presenting the fact that law enforcement received a tip directing them toward defendant is necessary to provide the jury with a complete story. A complete story, they say. That is totally not the same. By explaining why law enforcement considered defendant a suspect. Exactly. Why? How are you going to explain that? How are you going to explain why law enforcement considered defendant a suspect without saying the source of and the substance of this tip? How are you using this case when you can't talk about that? Specifically, the defense has signaled its plan to present to the jury the theory that law enforcement rushed to judgment when it focused on defendant as the suspect. The language that they use there is so, interesting to me. Asserting law enforcement had a different main suspect prior to the IGG, as well as 2 other unknown male profiles found in and around the residence. Defendant's supplemental response to request for discovery regarding expert witnesses, blah, blah, blah. That's where that's from. Including on the list of items that weigh in favor of defendant that the 2 other unknown male profiles, and that's a fact, were found on a handrail. One was found on a handrail, and the other was a glove. I put, is it possibly gloves? But the police never investigated the leads further. Again, that's a fact, because that's what they testified to, right? Fact in terms of testimony. The IGG information is, quote unquote, relevant to refute that theory, because they're going to say that we got this tip on December 19th. But you also got, because you say that you work on things at the same time, because there's 120 people working on this case. So, and we know that the blood, that's not touch DNA. Okay. So, and I think that there could be multiple perpetrators as well would be a reason, but you knew on December 17th when the lab came back with the results that it was an unknown on the rail, then it was an unknown on the glove. The IGG information is relevant to refute that theory. Thus, the state should be permitted to present the IGG information at least as a generic tip. And I said, how would you explain a generic tip without revealing the source and the substance? You cannot just say, we got a tip that the DNA that's invisible on the sheath belonged to Bryan Kohberger. And so that's why we got his garbage and to test it against the DNA that we extracted from the sheath. If you think that's how you're going to introduce this, no. You're actually not going to be able to introduce it at all. I think this is going to wipe out the sheath. This is what I've said all along. Because if there's nothing else tying Kohberger to this case minus the sheath, and you're not able to use that as a way to talk about how you got to him, how are you not wiping out the sheath? I have never claimed that it's going to be inadmissible because of however they're going to rule. What I said is that it's going to be not able to be used because of how they went ahead and did everything. Because then you're going to have to pick an apple. And clearly the state picked the apple of is we do not want the jury to know that we did all this shady ass shit. Okay? Because it's going to come off as we are untrustworthy. And it's because you are. It's because of your actions. And it's because then the fruits of it, you know? But what the judge should be thinking right now is that they lied to me. They lied about all of this stuff. Girls. I didn't see Jeff's a bad guy. I'm on a comment that Jeff made to me at my channel. Hearing everybody's theories, especially after Jeff has done so much for this case. Okay, now block me. Why? Jeff hasn't been blocked. Oh, I get it. I know who you are. I get it. Why would I don't block people. I don't think you realize that. Me just saying bye to Jeff is, I'm not going to, he can just type his little balls off. And that's what I suggest for people is just ignore what he's writing in chat. But block? Girl, come on now. Now, back to facts over here. This isn't theories. These are documents. Theories? Who's talking about theories? It's a fact. Dylan saved a contact in her phone at 3:51. That's a fact. Fact. Dylan was awake at 3:51, saving a person's contact in her phone. Fact. So the following categories of evidence should be excluded. First, this court should exclude testimony or evidence that the FBI's use of IgG in this case violated the DOJ policy. Why? How? It went to the suppression hearing. So you go through the suppression hearing and now you're asking that the jury doesn't hear that the feds violated the DOJ policy. The terms of service of certain genetic genealogy subscription services or any foreign law, opining the FBI violated the DOJ policy and the terms of service of certain genetic genealogy databases. None of these allegations, even if true, bear any weight. Bear any weight on what? Well, according to them, it bears any weight on the issue of the defendant's guilt. Totally disregarding best practice is undermining it's your whole investigation. You're undermining your whole investigation because yes, you guys did this. That's like saying Trooper Proctor's shit wouldn't be allowed in Karen Reed case. You understand? Trooper Proctor and everything he did was in Karen Reed's case. Okay? Why? Because it's relevant. Because it's biased, right? You know what, lady? I 100% agree. I 100% agree. You know how many people watch my stuff or have their mods watch my stuff, and then they take everything that I talk about and then watch what people put on their channels? It's very interesting. Oh, Karen, did I ignore you? Karen, oh my God. Woo! $999.99. Woo! That was for Jeff. Ms. Pods member for 25 months. Let's fill the chat with goats for Lana. Oh, that's when the goats were going up. I was like, woo, my bracket must be on fire. Jeff, I don't make personal texts on you. Don't do it here in my chat. Okay? It's like I open up my door to you. Take off your shoes. Be respectful. And don't be twisting my words around. Don't be twisting your own pubes with my words. Love watching your channel. Your detailed work is amazing. Your time and hard work on this case is much appreciated. It makes us think outside the box. I've learned so much from watching your channel. Thank you so much, Rodriguez. Thank you. Appreciate that, Priscilla. Layla, 21 months. No way. Oh, Layla, thank you. Andrew, new member. Like the car there. Karen, $999.99 super sticker. Woo! Woo! Nikki, $13.99. You're so thorough with everything, and I love it. I'd want you to be my lawyer if you were a lawyer. Sometimes you actually just need good investigators and researchers, and then you just tell your lawyer that this is the stuff that you need to use in my case. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you so much for becoming a member as well. Anyways, so Sleepy. Woohoo! Thank you. Thank you. Remember 4 months. Tiger Eye. Woohoo! Woohoo! $10. I love it. Thank you. Yeah, no, that is not who Maddie hugged. Cole is not who Maddie hugged at the Grubber, correct? Thank you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Let's see. So basically saying this is irrelevant, that what they did, the issue of the defendant's guilt. So no, but when you want to talk about, again, the FBI's work with all the other elements of this case, it's like, if you did it here, now let's talk about the whole cast. Let's talk about, it just comes down to violating rights, Jeff. If you don't think that that they violated our rights and obtained search warrants under false pretenses, then like, if you can't admit that fact, like, this is the type of stuff I'm pointing out. I'm not running around talking about Bryan Kohberger being innocent or guilty, and I'm not running around saying that Dylan or Bethany killed anybody. Okay? This trial is actually going to be one of the first trials in a very, very long time where it's like truly like a whodunit, you know? You got the Karen Reed case. Whodunit? Was it Karen Reed or was it the people inside? If you think that it wasn't Karen Reed, then somebody planted tail light. You understand? So, and for this case, Karen Reed puts herself at the crime scene. Karen Reed has ties to the victim. That's her boyfriend. Okay? This case is a unknown to everybody, wasn't there, doesn't ever put himself there, and everything around it is circumstantial. And so it's I think now we know why Indiana didn't use IgG in the Delphi case. Okay? Because all the unknown DNA you don't go looking where you don't want to go look. But Indiana claims that they don't use that. That touch DNA is so unreliable, and they won't send it anywhere. They don't do anything like that. It's crazy. It's crazy to hear the differences of states and what they want to talk when they talk about when it comes to DNA. So, telling throughout all the IGG litigation in the case, the defense has failed to articulate any theory by which the alleged violation of the terms of service, the DOJ policy, or any foreign law could have any effect whether on the reliability of the IGG process. Reliability of it. So then that's my question to you, state. Why didn't you just use it like they do in all these other cases and use it in your probable cause and use it exactly the way that you did and be documenting it as such if all of this is true? Because you guys knew what? You guys knew that you couldn't put it in because of what? What did you know? You guys knew something. You ready? You knew that you violated the policy. And that would have wiped out every search warrant, right? Instead, the defense pieces those alleged violations. Again, these are alleged violations. No, they did it. They did it. The FBI would not have identified Mr. Kohberger so quickly had they no. Now we have to question. You guys didn't want to turn over the raw data. You didn't want to turn over the chain of custody. The question should be as to what object truly had the DNA on it. And then their issue that they're taking with all of this is, though it is touch DNA, there was no fruits on this return based on, God, why isn't his car, and there's nothing in his car, there's nothing in his apartment, there's nothing in his office, there's nothing in his parents' place, no DNA of these victims, any of them. The phones, none of them tracing back to any of the victims. Not even the survivor. I mean, nobody in their circle, nothing. If they did this in the JonBenet Ramsey case, the guy that manufactured and packaged, the guy that packaged the underwear would have been arrested. Okay. And they would have went through his Amazon clicks and said, oh my God, you were interested in beauty pageants or some shit like that. My issue is I have no issue with them using IGG. If that's where they should have went with it, that's where they should have went with it. I don't believe that you should be violating the DOJ policy. They were supposed to go get search warrants at different phases of the IGG, and they didn't. Why didn't they? The evidence is also inadmissible under Rule 403 of the Idaho Rules of Evidence. The presentation of this evidence could unfairly prejudice the state's case if one or more jurors decide to give unrelated evidence less weight because they believe the FBI violated the DOJ policy. Wait, that's what the trier of fact is allowed to do. You guys, why was any of that admissible? Because that's what you did in the investigation. Trooper Proctor was fired from his job. fired from his job. To say that you'd be prejudiced, you know what the state likes to say? Well, yeah, usually unfavorable evidence is prejudicial. But it's not inadmissible. It's prejudicial to you because it's unfavorable, right? If Ann Taylor does not use that statement to Nye and Bill and Ashley that they wrote in all these documents, then Ann Taylor's a fool. But I think that she will. The terms of the service, even though those alleged violations could have no effect on defendant's guilt, but actually it could have. Because then you want me to rely on the same people in the same agency that did all of these other things and think that they did everything by the book. And had I known that they did this and don't give a fuck about policy, then they have no problem about fudging cast reports. They have no problem in knowing like, oh, hey, we're just not going to document the first 7 minutes because, oh God, he's going the totally other way, man. Okay. Like, had I known this and then I hear about all of this, well, hell yeah. The question should be asked as to why did you need to do it? This wasn't the first case that's ever used IgG and oh my God, we just didn't know. Oh my God, we just didn't know. Just answer as to why you did it. Because maybe the jury is going to say, maybe there's people that are on the jury, they're going to have the same moral compass as you and saying, well, God, I would have done it too. Moreover, allowing the defense to present this evidence would turn the criminal trial into something that it is not. All criminal trials are about investigations. Okay, now you're just trying to manipulate. This sentence is the most manipulating sentence in all of the document. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Every case, every trial is about an investigation. You've lost your damn mind writing that, and that's manipulation. As this court observed, violations of the database's user policies may give rise to a civil action between the FBI and, like, this shouldn't even be in this paperwork. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, who gives a fuck? Obviously, that's a total separate thing. We're talking about actions. But that action would be between two other parties. No, it wouldn't. Your actions, because of your moral compass and your integrity and your character and the way that you went about this investigation, that is not irrelevant. Then you don't have any work product from it. You didn't save anything. Litigating but that actually would be between the two other parties, a totally different case. Litigating that case during this trial would risk confusing the jury. Who says that that's even what would happen? Now you're just, like I said, you're just gaslighting the jury. You're just gaslighting the judge. You're gaslighting the public. Okay. Second, this case should exclude any evidence or argument on the policy debate of whether law enforcement should use IgG in criminal investigations. If you think that Ann Taylor, that's not even what Ann Taylor is talking about. Leah Larkin was going to be saying that for the purposes to say that everybody knows better than to do this because of what is at stake with this new groundbreaking way to do things. And that these people that want to claim to have and be a part of the this New Haven, ethics board shit. CC Moore ethics board. Get the fuck out of here. Ethics my fucking ass. there's no, all I've seen is unethical behavior. And now they're part of an ethics board. Whether as a matter of policy, law enforcement should use IGG in criminal investigations has nothing whatever to do with the issue of guilt. No shit. Why the hell would this even come up? Why are you putting in there, oh, I get it, to gaslight the judge, to say, like, this is where they're going with it. And Taylor, if you don't say that none of that is where we're going with anything. In fact, you guys had to submit your IGG first. The state submitted this first. And this is what was submitted, this junk. You had a suppression hearing, and the IGG wasn't suppressed. Does everybody understand that? IGG's in. It's fair game. Okay, because there was no violation. The guy, oh, no, everything was done on the up and up. IGG's in because there was just no constitutional violations. Oh, there's definitely ethical shit, right? And then guess what? The reason there was no constitutional violations is because they didn't use the IGG for any of the search warrants. But here, they just make it clear that we got to Bryan Kohberger because of the IGG. Okay. And now we're telling you that, even though you believed, Hippler, that we got to Bryan Kohberger in part through WSU. And we didn't correct you. So we misled you. You took it. You ate it all up, swallowed it out, spit it out exactly how we wanted you to do it. And now in the motion limites, we're coming around to say, hey, we need your help again. We need you to believe us here again. And we need you to allow us to do a generic tip. Absolutely, absolutely crazy. So this court has already resolved the privacy issues as they relate to the Fourth Amendment. Any residual privacy concerns fall within the pursuit. The this is where it gets good. Third, the court should exclude any evidence or allegations related to the discovery process in this case. Because Leah Larkin said that laminating the discovery has been an extremely involved and drawn-out process, and opining that the protective order hamstrung the defense. Well, it did. It did, because then you hid in a protective order in an in-camera review the SOPs. Whether the defense received everything the defense believes it was entitled to during discovery has nothing to do with the defendant's guilt. What? No shit. It has to do with the process, though. Due process, motherfucker. That's your opinion of his guilt. But you don't get to decide due process, you fucking little pricks. And allowing the defense to argue to the jury that the state should have produced more in discovery significantly risks unfairly prejudicing the state by improperly and inaccurately suggesting the state has hidden information to which defendant is legally entitled to. Oh, and guess what ended up happening? It ends up coming out true that, oh my God, we did it inadvertently. Oh my God, I didn't realize we didn't give you the SOPs. We've had them the whole time. We've had them since 2021. It absolutely hindered them at the stage that they needed it, which was during the suppression hearings. It doesn't matter. Why is the state asking that we need to use a generic tip? Why can't we just use a probable cause affidavit? Oh, because it's all bullshit. So there's the state's IGG. And it'll be interesting. Who is Cole? Well, Cole is the alternate suspect. Do you guys know that Cole lived on? So people were talking about these documents. Where's this? So Bryan Kohberger asked for leave to go ahead and say, like, hey, this is out of the ordinary, but we want to have basically people testifying at the motion in limine hearing scheduled for April 9th and 10th. This request is based in the United States Constitution throughout the 6th and 14th Amendment. Attorneys representing a person facing capital punishment have a heightened responsibility because of the potential consequences. Mr. Kohberger has a right to effective assistance of counsel. As such, counsel is guided by the American Bar Association guidelines in capital cases. Given these obligation, pretrial motion practicing differs significantly from non-capital cases. Capital cases routinely involve the litigation of several dozens and often hundreds of pretrial motions. Consistent with the constitutional requirement, heightened need for reliability, the obligations of counsel, and ABA guidelines, Mr. Kohberger requests counsel be permitted to present evidence in support of motions. Such a practice is necessary to ensure that all appellate issues are preserved to the maximum extent possible and that Mr. Kohberger's state and federal constitutional rights are effectuated and protected. In addition, because expert testimony is necessary to inform the finder of fact who at this stage in the court, it is most efficient to address these matters now rather than in the middle of a trial. Bryan Kohberger will support some of his motions with affidavits, but seeks leave of the court to call. He wants to call two witnesses. The two witnesses that Mr. Kohberger seeks to present are experts whose testimony will involve complex technical questions that cannot be adequately addressed by affidavit and argument. No affidavit can encompass all possible questions and areas of inquiry given the complex and technical nature of the issues before the court. The presence of live witnesses will allow any questions that will certainly arise for the court to be addressed directly and in a timely manner right here through these people. The witness's testimony is complex, the intricacies of which are necessary for Mr. Kohberger's defense and the protection of his rights guaranteed by the United States and state of Idaho constitutions. Everybody wants to talk about Amazon clicks. Let's just fucking talk about it. Cy Ray first, though, he will provide testimony regarding his experience through his expertise with cell tower data and AT&T records. His testimony encompasses Mr. Kohberger's motion in limine to exclude experts, rebuttal of state's motion in limine, RE, AT&T timing, advanced data, alibi, and self-authentication of documents. Mr. Kohberger, no personal text in chat. Mr. Kohberger, in support of the motion to exclude expert special agent balance, Mr. Kohberger has filed a motion to exclude expert special agent balance because the state did not file a proper expert disclosure. The state has since filed additional information in its rebuttal to defense experts, Cy Ray and Tom. And even later, the state filed not an expert opinion, but a more full description of the state's area of testimony. Mr. Kohberger's position is that this disclosure is late, incomplete, and inconsistent with previous disclosures. I was blown away. Blown away when I wrote this. The state has relied on special agent balance to track the movements of Bryan Kohberger's cellular device. The reliance has been averred to in every affidavit for records relating to Mr. Kohberger, as well as supporting his arrest. The state claimed that Mr. Kohberger's phone stopped reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m. The state produced records from AT&T and a drive test data relating to their anticipated expert testimony, but no actual report was produced. Instead, the state has produced PowerPoint pages. These pages depict a lack analysis and a false picture. They lack analysis and a false picture. The state has conceded, contrary to their probable cause affidavits. Remember what they're starting to do now? They're now going against their probable cause affidavits, so they even do it here. So contrary to their probable cause affidavits, that the phone continued to report to the network for an additional 7 minutes, but claim it is of no significance. So they admit and concede that, hey, yeah, you know how we put 247? That wasn't accurate. The state relies on Special Agent Balance as its expert for cell site location information. Special Agent Balance was heavily involved in the warrant process for records for Mr. Kohberger's phone and conducting an analysis on the same. Special Agent Balance reviewed a variety of records and did drive tests to collect data. Some maps were produced. The state has not explained how those were produced. Remember the maps? And the reason that they can't explain this is because I think it comes from what, guys? And it has not done so through the police reports or expert analysis. It has, though, produced PowerPoint depictions that lack the explanation. Where do you think those were from? TAs, right? Defense expert Cyrate, he analyzed the handoffs. So here comes Cyrate, and he's like, wait a second. We have a problem. Because I'm analyzing the first 7 minutes, right? And so Cyrate comes in and he analyzed the handoffs during the 7 minutes that the state previously claimed the phone was off. And their probable cause. And found that the state's claims about Mr. Kohberger's direction of movement is false. When a phone is utilizing services of several different towers, experts triangulate the interaction between the cell towers and cell phone. They can determine the phone location. The state's reliance on a white Elantra in WSU videos is not supported by the cellular tower handoff data because they're connecting the WSU car that they see. They're saying, yep, that's the one, and that's the one that's in Moscow that just randomly appears in the 700 block. So when a phone is utilizing services, so this is where Cyra's saying the state's reliance on a white Elantra in WSU videos is not supported by the cellular tower handoff data. And remember what Ashley Jennings said? She's like, cars can just like turn around. Cars can just like turn around. Understanding what these 7 minutes of handoffs mean is best explained in testimony of expert Cyray, which he's going to give at trial, you guys, right? All right. But Ann Taylor is saying that, listen, the motion in limine is now super, super important because they lied during the suppression hearings. Okay? And you didn't catch them, and now we need to, like, nail it. Like, this is absurd. Once the workings of cell phones with towers and handoffs to determine travel path is understood, the impact of what the state has failed to disclose is better understood. The state has hidden exculpatory evidence, Judge Hippler. Hidden it because they knew what the 7 minutes consisted of. Listen, Hippler said that what does the 7 minutes matter? It was still an hour before the crimes happened. And Ann Taylor needs to remind Hippler that, wait a second. We're not talking about the murder times. We're talking about they have this car at 3:28 or 3:26 a.m. on the camera. (2:52 a.m.) It is not an hour. He had that car, if it's the same one, it's seen on a camera at 3:26 a.m. And And if that car was heading a certain way and then turned around as Ashley Jennings wants the world to believe, cars just turn around. Okay, yeah, well, you have a camera right there. So you would have seen it turning around. Oh, we got rid of that camera because it showed it going this way. In rebuttal of state's motion, the AT&T timing advance data that they're seeking to exclude, okay, Cy Ray has a background with AT&T records and understands records that exist and how they are distributed. He'll provide testimony about AT&T timing advance records. He will testify that timing advance records existed through AT&T prior to June of 2023. He will testify about what the records are and what they show. He has personally seen these records used in other cases prior to June of 2023. In June of 2023, timing advance records were produced through GLDC for regular law enforcement. Prior to that time, the FBI had means to receive timing advance reports. Cy Ray will testify that timing advance records exist in Mr. Kohberger's case. Specifically, the state has produced timing advance records through the cell tower reports on over 3,800 people and individual records for 2 of the deceased and 1 person of interest that was not Mr. Kohberger. The state has not produced these records for Mr. Kohberger. These are exculpatory. They have them and they're exculpatory. The rebuttal and why about the alibi. Mr. Kohberger relies on partial corroboration for his alibi that he was driving alone west and south of Moscow. This partial corroboration disclosed as required is in the form of AT&T records and mapping the same. That's where they're at. The specific focus is on cellular device interaction between cell towers and drive testing data during the last 7 minutes before the phone stopped reporting the network. The 7 minutes that they said, oh, his phone had already shut off. So the last 7 minutes before the phone stopped reporting the network, according to them, those 7 minutes, when they lied on the probable cause affidavit to say that it stopped reporting at a certain time, it did not. It was still reporting. In those 7 minutes, the timing advance records from AT&T, they prove what Ashley Jennings said in court didn't happen. That Bryan Kohberger just didn't pull a fucking Yui. For the first time, you guys, on March 3rd this year, as in 2 weeks before my birthday, on March 3rd, the state disclosed Special Agent Balance mapped handoffs for the last 7 minutes. What? I thought they didn't exist. The PCA. What? Huh? It's all lies. Thank you there, Coffee Cake. Love your passion. You are the friend you want your kids to know. Aw, thanks. That's awesome. You understand how this is nuts? In this new report, because guess what? The state was told and was given guidance according to Ashley Jennings and Bill Thompson, formerly known as Bill Thompson, now he's Bill Jennings, and the Nye guy. that, well, based off of, Judge Hippler's guidance, we went ahead and supplemented our expert disclosures about 39 to 50 days late, but we did it. And we should not be sanctioned for it. And they should just be accepting how these new reports are and all of our new disclosures. That's why all that stuff came out, all that big mega drop, because we had to, from the guidance that the courts gave us, and here's Ann Taylor, excuse me, but you guys think all this is coming in now? But here for the first time, March 3rd, 2025, why is this all important, Jeff? Well, because here it is. For the first time on March 3rd, 2025, the state disclosed Special Agent Nick Balance. They disclosed his mapped. He mapped the handoffs for the last 7 minutes that they said didn't exist because his phone was off. Oh, shit. You got me fucked up, man. 7 minutes doesn't matter? 7 minutes, shit. A minute matters in this case. Mr. Ray will provide testimony that mapping of those handoffs partially corroborate Mr. Kohberger's alibi and are exculpatory. And that here the whole time that Nick knew it. And so now this all comes full circle, and this is what you call the long game. You guys lied to Hippler, the problem, or you guys lied to Judge and Megan, all that stuff about your PCA. Then you kept on lying. And then in June in 2023, you finally disclosed that you used IgG, and that's exactly how you got to them. And finally disclosed that we want to seal all that stuff, and nothing to see here. We're not using any of it. We're just, and then now comes a suppression hearing, and we didn't turn over documents, especially not this. And we let the tribunal, Hippler here, believe that we got to him via WSU, and that the car and the phone are all in sequence, and everything's just, this is just the easiest fucking case. He's so fucking guilty. You don't even understand. We have all this evidence against him. Now it comes full circle that Judge Hippler, you have to be puking reading this shit. You have to be literally vomiting. And I don't care if you are or you aren't. I'm witnessing it with my own eyes. They're lying, and you have to sit up there and act like there's nothing to see here. Tells me everything about you. You guys, they lied about what time a phone went off. They knew that the first 7 minutes, or the last 7 minutes, that couldn't come out because it contradicted the CAS report. This isn't okay. The state has listed AT&T records as part of its request for admission by certification. Mr. Ray will testify about the content of this request. Can't wait to see this. So subtly put. But then, now they're saying, Mr. Ray, I don't need him to testify. Mr. Ray, we don't need him to testify. Okay. Like I said, this case is either going to be going on for a very, very long time, or just a very long time, or just a long time. Dan Taylor is telling the courts, and the state is telling the courts, that they lied. They've been lying. And so the only obvious is he doesn't need Cy or Tom to testify to the state showing the judge that they lied. I don't need all that. I see it. So denying and saying that none of this is necessary for them to testify tells me that he doesn't need those two dudes saying a word about the state lying. A good judge is going to give the state the benefit of the doubt every time when it comes to, you just want me to think that they're just lying and making shit up and doing this and doing that. So Judge Hippler, you're going to get a tad of grace with me with that until April 9th and 10th. Because like I said, this case is going to be, I heard Steve and Christy say something about that we just want the truth to come out, and finally it's coming out. And I'm just like, what are they reading? I have no idea what Steve and Christy are reading. Unless they have different documents than we have. But maybe he just means the truth is coming out, that the state royally fucked up. I had a reason to be pissed. Why do you think I was eating these guys' ass on mainstream media, going live with Fox and all these other people every other day? Because they didn't do their job. And now here we're going to be down the road, and we're going to be tied up in this shit for fucking ever. Because I don't know what he's saying. Nick Balance's new issued report in March of 2025 contradicts what was put out before, and now admitting to that he used records to map Kohberger's last 7 minutes that they said the phone was off. Now, we get to this big one here, and everybody wants to talk about it, and it's Amazon click history. And the Amazon click history, I will be doing this live later. Tomorrow night, it'll be my big live, and it's only to do about Amazon click. But I'll leave you with why Ann Taylor wanted Howell at this motion limiting. Because David Howell is an expert in the branding industry, to include Amazon records, data retention, algorithm-driven recommendation systems, cross-platform tracking, user accounts, and buy box system, click stream tracking systems, and the need for the complete data for the informed opinions. The state has disclosed 2 potential witnesses as experts on Amazon records, but did not disclose opinions of either witness. Forensic analysis of Amazon records are complicated. The defense seeks to exclude and opposes testimony. Many records requested in warrants have not been produced to the defense. Beyond bare purchase history that fails to consider critical analysis as listed above, Mr. Howell's testimony relates to 2 motions: motion to exclude experts based on lack of disclosure, and motion to exclude Amazon Clicks records. Mr. Howell testimony is necessary to present the full scope of both motions. Specifically, the testimony will show that without the disclosure of expert opinions, the defense has no ability to prepare to confront the undisclosed testimony. This creates a danger of allowing vague experts and topics to present either misleading or false testimony. Without Mr. Howell's testimony, Mr. Kohberger cannot effectively describe how Amazon works. This testimony includes Amazon's use of artificial intelligence and how it is used to increase sales. He will explain how machine learning works and impacts what has been described as clicks. He will explain how clicks work and what they mean and what they do not mean. It's not like Google searching. Mr. Howell will discuss how algorithms work and the influence of advertisers. Amazon quote-unquote searches and quote-unquote clicks are not the same as searching in Google. For the cheap seats, Amazon searches and clicks are not the same as searching in Google. That is, I wanted to understand more about that. So I'm like, whoa, okay, so then how does this work? Testimony rather than affidavit is necessary because this is a technical and specific area. Mr. Kohberger has moved for exclusion of expert testimony as well as all Amazon history. For the first time on March 14th, literally just 5 days ago, the state disclosed opinions and testimony it seeks to elicit through the experts Shane Cox. I love it that we're going to have a Cox in the game. Woo-hoo, baby. Cock it up. I love it. I love learning things, guys. But the expert disclosures was 3 months ago. 3 months ago. And federal agent Michael Douglas. God, I hope he brings Catherine Zeta-Jones because she's a fine piece. Related to Amazon records. Mr. Howell will testify to the significance of this late disclosure and the implications to be able to fully confront these expert opinions. So, I personally think that I'd want to hear if I was, but, when I see that, what do you mean? What do you mean it's different than Google? I want to know about that. And so we're going to get into the goods about that. But everyone else, okay, perfect. So then when the defense filed all of theirs, February 2024, then obviously the state responded. And so that's where the big dump that came from. And one of those was the Amazon clicks. And so if you go to the Amazon clicks, this is what I'll be going over tomorrow, but I just want to show you guys. On March 14th, the state said, and in response to the court's January 24, 2025 instruction that more disclosure were needed, the state filed an amended disclosure. The state is awaiting additional information from Amazon that the state understands will clarify that the extent AI is incorporated into Amazon's system, AI does not create a user's actual inquiry. They're waiting. They are still waiting. How would you not already know about this? So I want you guys to see right here with a United States Marine Corps EMC logo was found lying next to one of the victims, right? Now, as a cliffhanger here, I want to point to a couple things, which is okay. So in this case, they're saying that the evidence is complete. So the defendant argues that the data that the state has disclosed to the defendant is extremely narrow when compared to the quote-unquote more exclusive and broad warrants and subpoenas. To confirm, the state has disclosed to the defendant all data. You want me to believe that after all the stuff that's going on right now? Including clickstream data that Amazon has produced in this case. The state narrowly tailored, love that word, a search warrant for evidence regarding the crimes of homicide or burglary occurring at 1122 King. This included temporal limitations based on the officer's investigation, which limited to the search from March 20th, 2022 through March 30th, 2022. And now you have to ask yourselves this, ready? Time it was known, Bryan Kohberger purchased a K-bar knife with sheath. Okay? The time it was known. How did they know that Bryan Kohberger purchased between March 20th and March 30th a K-bar knife? During that time. How do they know that? Now, do you notice how it does not say that Bryan purchased? It says the time it was known, Bryan Kohberger purchased a K-bar knife with sheath. Do you see how it does not say purchased a K-bar knife with a United States Marine Corps logo? Do you see that? When you come back here, you see this? With the United States Marine Corps logo was found lying next to one of the victims. They specifically had a SKU number for this and everything in one of the search warrants. So here, Bryan Kohberger purchased a K-bar knife with sheath and sharpener from Amazon. Now, I think it's interesting because let me tell you something. I buy all my paper from Amazon. You guys know I go through a shit ton of paper, right? Do you know what they always ask me when I'm on Amazon? They want me to bundle my purchases. Like, so, since I'm looking at this, do you want, to get whatever? Okay. And so they say, people bought this item with that item before together. Do you want that? Okay. If you don't shop on Amazon, then you may not know what I'm talking about. But if you shop on Amazon, then you are a fucking liar if you are saying that you don't know what that I'm talking about. Okay. So when they want to say that Bryan bought and sharpener from Amazon, okay? Again, two things of interest to me right here. That you're not saying that it is the USCMB logo K-bar, okay? Problem. The sharpener. Well, if these were all bought at the same time, will it be able to be identified that this was what you call from Amazon is called a bundle option? Because according to Ann Taylor, that's exactly what it is. It is when they ask you this specific question. Thank you so much, Amanda Kay. Thank you for devoting so much time, energy, and effort into genuine justice. Pure and authentic investigative reporting is rare. Thank you so much for seeing that. Often reflect on your basketball coaching reflection, highlighting those core ethics and values. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So now there's a couple other things about Amazon. Everybody knows if you have kids or if you're sharing an account, what I mean by that is you can have multiple credit cards or debit cards attached and it's just one account. Okay. And then you're just going on there. I have my account. Anytime I've ever sent anything to somebody, like I ship it or whatever, I have to make sure that I go and check my address before where I'm shipping it. I mean, I do so much shopping on Amazon. When you have kids, I just feel like it's just such a, to be able to get everything you need to get done and focus on true crime. I mean, how do you do it without Amazon? You guys wonder how I get all my shit done, man. Amazon's a lifesaver. So anyways, now Bryan Kohberger purchased this K-bar knife with sheath and sharpener from Amazon.com. This happened between March 20th and March 30th. They're not giving us an exact date because they want to talk about this search warrant and that, hey, but all I want to talk about is when they made the search warrant, what made them go March 20th to March 30th, even in the first place, right? And then they broke it up again and they said, well, and November 1st, 2022 through December 6th, 2022, the time right before and after the homicides. Okay. Kohberger's entire click history, items not related to knives and accessories, was not relevant. You guys see that? So they didn't turn over or didn't ask for. It's going to be interesting how they're going to explain this, okay? But they didn't ask for anything that had nothing to do with knives. And now this is where it's interesting to hear when you're going to hear from this guy eventually, whether it's in this hearing or at trial, that based on my purchase, so if I purchase, what do they always want me to buy after I purchase paper? It's always like, do I want filing folders and shit like that, okay? Based on the different things that you buy, they start recommending things to you, okay? And if you've bought something in the past, you guys, ready? I buy something in the past. Do you know what comes up for me for like 10% or 20% off? Things that I've bought in the past before. So, Sherry D in the house? Sherry D, yeah. Woo, 5 to the transparency memberships. Oh, Jen, what's good? 24 months. Happy anniversary. 2 years. Karen says, Alana, I pay your wage for you to smash that bell. Yeah. Thank you, Karen. Member for 9 months. Thank you. Corey, $1.99. Thank you so much. Lana, 2 hours. Lana, 2 hours and still going strong. You earned salary, darling master. Oh my God, was this afterwards? Woo, $999.99. Damn, Karen. Who said Karens or Karens? Kelly Mack, keep up the booms. Always on point, Lana. Thank you so much. 25 months. Wow, you guys have been around. See all these names? I love them because I know that these are Idaho4 people that started following me right when the case happened. You know, Mama J, 23 months. Nothing but facts from Lana Brains. Thank you. Jeff, go read me. I shouldn't have said that when I told him to go make more videos, but you know, you don't see me commenting on people's fucking videos to say shit to them about any of their shit. Don't come in here and do that. Don't disrespect me. You know, go do whatever it is that you want. So anyways, now, The state says that Kohberger's entire click history, items not related to knives and accessories, those are not relevant. Okay, well, they are if it would recommend things to like put in your orbit. Okay. Without any legal basis, the defendant claims that the state, quote unquote, cherry picked specific clicks or purchases out the Amazon click history. This is simply not true unless you consider seeking only items of evidentiary value cherry picking. No, for how you're going to explain it, it can't properly be explained if you don't have it all. That's what they mean, but that's fine. Irrelevant click activity on Kohberger's account would not provide any relevant context. Who? How? From who? Who's saying that to you? Because any expert would be telling you the opposite, that it would. Kohberger's actual click activity, i.e. purchases of a K-bar knife, see, again, purchase of a K-bar knife with sheath before the murders, and his click activity indicating a search for a knife with sheath after the murders. And his click activity indicating, and that's what we're going to say, we're going to explain to you what click activity means, because it's not like searching on Google, and this is exactly what she's saying. A search for a knife. Now it's not even a K-bar. Now it's a search for a knife with sheath after the murders. This is where people are getting that he was trying to buy a replacement. Are you fucking out of your mind? First of all, after the murders, let me explain something to everybody here. You would be lying if you said after the murders. Do you know how many things I Googled and was searching where you could buy K-bar knives? Do you know when I had Scott Roeder on my channel and we were, he brought out this huge ass, it was K-bar, but they all have all these different sizes, whatever, blah, blah. As soon as the state released, the law enforcement released that the girls and Ethan, that they died from sharp object, okay? It was a knife, you usually try to hold that stuff back. Like, we didn't know in the Delphi case how the girls were killed, okay? This is why the police were telling Steve Gonsalves to stop talking, okay? And they tell this to anybody because we need to see eventually when we prosecute whoever it's going to be, we're going to be using and looking at their befores and afters, okay? And so here, okay, somebody looking up knife, what is it exactly? So Kohberger's actual click activity, i.e. purchase of a K-bar knife with sheath before the murders, yes, in March, eight months before. And you keep on saying a K-bar knife. Well, the sheath that was found there was a very specific sheath, okay? In the search warrants, Annie Potts was always saying, Lana, why are they looking for a sheath if the sheath, was left at the crime scene? Well, I think now we know why. In my opinion, if that sheath at the crime scene was used, but it really wasn't the cover that went on the sheath that was used, and so let's see if he has other sheaths, whoever this person may be, where the sheaths could have been swapped out, but they could still kind of fit. But I think it's interesting that the state is not saying that it is a K-bar USMBC, all whatever it is. Right there. The United States Marine Corps USMC logo. Since they put it here in the facts section, okay, you better believe that they would write that in this section and it's not there. Why wouldn't you put it there? Well, because they can't. Because they can't. So where did this sheath come from? So I go down to this footnote here. The defendant argues that Amazon's recommendation system influences what users see and click on. That's actual factual. Defendant's motion at 3. But this purported use of AI technology is not relevant. What are you talking? You have no idea. Because you submitted after they submitted about your expert and about what they're going to be talking about. Because Mr. Cox, Shane Cox, you didn't add anything to Shane Cocker until after the defense submitted their expert with Amazon. And now you think you're going to come up through here and write this shit? This is why this stuff matters. Even if an algorithm might suggest certain products to a customer, the algorithm would not cause a customer to repeatedly and over the course of several days browse web pages relating to K-bar knives, sharpeners, and sheaths. Oh, this is great. Ready? We are all guilty. You guys, my history in my Google, it was all about that shit. We were taking screenshots of knives. Look at my thumbnails. All I was Googling was about knives. K-bar knives, Rambo style knives. It was insane what I was Googling. Taking pictures of, calling up friends that I knew that were into this shit, having them send pictures of me of all the type of knives they had, taking pictures of what I saw on the internet that Dylan and them had with the watermelon, with that big machete type shit. I said, what is this considered? Great question there, Joshua. Yes, but have you had DNA on a sheath under a murder victim? Well, I can't say that I have unless I don't know about that. But I would think that anybody in that area that would have been a potential suspect, okay, I'm saying that this doesn't go to prove the guilt or innocence of a person, all right, because how they word it here, as you will see, is that when I say this, so I'm glad that you said that, because no, I don't have my DNA isn't on there, okay. But so here, under Idaho Rule of Evidence 401, evidence is relevant if it has the tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence, and the fact is of consequence in determining the action. Defendant appears to argue that the evidence of defendant's Amazon.com click history is not relevant. That is not the case. Ready? A K-bar knife sheath with a USMC logo was found next to one of the victims at 1122 King Road. The defendant's DNA was found on the K-bar knife sheath found on scene. Applying the test for relevancy, first, Kohberger's click activity, which shows a purchase of a K-bar knife and sheath. It does not say that it was of this, where they just wrote it again. They're writing it again, you guys. Okay. Applying the test for the relevancy, first, Kohberger's click activity, which shows, okay, a purchase of a K-bar knife and sheath. You would have wrote this there, would you not? I know I would have. Before the homicides, they're saying that makes it more probable because you purchased a K-bar knife and sheath before the homicides, 8 months before. It makes it more probable than it would be without the evidence that the K-bar sheath found at the crime scene was Bryan Kohberger's. Mark says they'd be shouting it from the rooftops. Exactly. Now, if I bought a Wilson basketball. Oh, no, I don't think that you were, Joshua, at all. No, that's why I said I'm glad that you asked that, because that's what everybody wants to know. Well, Lana, but you're, no, Joshua, you're awesome. I didn't take it that way either. I love good questions. That's a great question. So here, let's say that I bought a Wilson basketball and I go to the playground and I'm like stoked. I'm like, yeah, let me just work on my J again, 20 years later. Okay. So, and then at the scene, I go out and buy this Wilson basketball. Then there's a murder and a Spalding basketball with my DNA is at the scene. But hey, wait a second. I bought a Wilson, motherfuckers. Oh, but I was looking all through that section. The Spalding was too expensive, so I put it down. I bought the fucking piece of shit Wilson. Let's say that the basketball was used to it was taken and just started bashing somebody's head in with it. Basketballs could actually be, they're hard. They're rocks. Okay. My point is that, but I bought, hey, wait a second here. But I bought this kind. Over here. So that's where I was like, wait a second. Just because he bought all those kids buy knives. I didn't realize how many people have fucking K-bars until this case. I was like, what? Yeah, you don't have knives? I'm like, what? No, I don't have any knives. I don't have knives. But shit, I Googled the shit out of them. Okay. So I think that's interesting. Then before the homicides makes it more probable than it would be without it, that the K-bar sheath found at the crime scene was Bryan Kohberger's. How does that make it more probable that it would be his out of all these, to say that the K-bar sheath found at the crime scene was in fact Bryan Kohberger's? That's why I'm waiting to see what if that logo's on the one that he bought. Because if it's not, it's not the same one. Is someone going to say, well, he went and got the logo afterwards? So second, Kohberger's click activity at the homicide make it more, okay. Is that where it was? Okay. I just want to make sure I pick it up. Okay. Second, Kohberger's click activity after the homicides make it more probable. Make it more probable. So this is after the homicides. So second, Kohberger's click activity after the homicides make it more probable than it would be without the evidence that Kohberger had a reason to search for a K-bar knife and sheath or after the homicides. And I said, wow, what the fuck? And I'm just saying, if you guys wouldn't have said how anybody died and nobody knew this, then that's powerful. So powerful. Everybody in America knew that these girls and Ethan were stabbed to death, and it was they put it out there. Everybody was Googling this. And so to me, this is just wait, what? How are you putting this in your footer? Yeah, but how would that make somebody repeatedly over and over of the course of several days, browse web pages. So it's separate from Amazon, but you're on different web pages relating to K-bar knives, sharpeners, and sheaths. Well, guess what? Every time that you go to a K-bar, go Google the K-bars, in those search engines with Google, any place that sells them has the sheaths and the sharpeners. And it's not like a sharpener for K-bar, it's just like a knife sharpener, period. Okay. The state says these facts are a consequence to determining whether Bryan Kohberger committed the homicides. These facts. Well, do you understand what I'm writing here then? Do you understand that the defense is going to have to, remember that whole, like, if something's cumulative, if something's a waste of time, the defense is going to have to bring in all of these people that were suspects / whatever, persons of interest, all these people that were friends and stuff. And I would be asking every single one of them, did you Google and look up knives after the murders? Again, everybody was searching the K-bars. So I just couldn't believe that these facts are of consequence to determining whether Bryan Kohberger committed the homicides at 1122 King Road, the central question before the jury. And that should lie on if you Google searched K-bars or knives after the murders that everybody was doing. Wow. This evidence is clearly relevant. And I'm like, well, then the defense is going to have to call in everybody for them all to talk about that that's what I was doing. Okay. And what's upsetting is that they're making it seem like, you guys, that he was searching Amazon and that he purchased or was trying to purchase a replacement sheath. You guys, I'm going to tell you something. If he did it and he didn't purchase the replacement and the knife sheath, then he's a fucking idiot. Okay? Because you wouldn't purchase it on Amazon, but you would surely go out and buy it. And so that you had it, pay cash with it. And then if someone says, wait a second, what the fuck? Here's mine. You know what I mean? It's absurd to think that somebody, if you think that he did this, then why didn't he do it? Why didn't he purchase it? Like, that's like a no-brainer. I would have purchased it. Like 150%, I would have repurchased it. So defendant argues pursuant to IRE 403, the relevant evidence should be excluded. The defendant fails to show how this evidence is unfair, confusing, misleading. And it afterwards, and that's what I'm saying. Well, yeah, after it's definitely misleading. To talk about something after, and that's everybody that what anybody was looking at, would cause delay. And I said, waste time. Yep, I got that covered, because then you're going to be bringing in, all of the arguments about all the people that purchased it, not purchased it, but that were Googling it after the fact. Okay. And you didn't clearly hold, was this person more of interest to you because they were Googling, knives, K-bars, everything? Every single creator, everybody that watched this, every channel out here, mainstream media, was Googling and looking up knives. That is because it is none of those things, they say. What is clear from the defendant's filing is that the defendant does not like this piece of the state's evidence. This is as circumstantial as you can absolutely get. Not only that, but I don't like your methodology without all the facts. So defendant's Amazon click activity, that is, and therefore they want to keep it out. They want to keep this piece of evidence from the jury. because I think it's prejudicial. But not because that if it's not the USMC whatever, then fuck yeah, it shouldn't be in there. Because it's not the same goddamn thing. That's absurd. If it's the same one, I'll give it to you, man. Woo! Holy fuck shit. That's like fucking whoa, yo, dude. If he bought one that does not have that logo, though, I don't know. The defendant touches on the issue of identifying the account user making the Amazon search inquiries as shown by the click activity. Defendant's motion at page 4. The state recognizes that the identity of the user making the inquiries is relevant, and the state intends to rely not only on the click activity, but also other circumstances. You guys know what that word means? Other circumstances. Again, this whole entire case is circumstantial. And it started off of a sham. People violating policies. But also other circumstances to connect the defendant to the original knife purchase. The original knife purchase. So, hey, we got other things here, but also other circumstances to connect the defendant to the original knife purchase and subsequent search inquiries for a replacement knife. They're calling it a replacement knife. Well, motherfucker, why didn't he replace it? That's just dumb. You guys, they're using the term a replacement knife. Wouldn't it be a replacement sheath? And or sheath. I said, this is such a leap. I said, then why didn't he? I know I would have. Why didn't he? You guys, after you buy something in Amazon and I go in there and I'm searching all through fucking shit, do you know what comes up in my recommendations? Stuff that I've bought before. Everybody knows this. This will include the defendant's financial activities. Perfect, they should. This will include the defendant's financial activities. The click activities, other events, such as the homicides, a related purchase activity connected only to the defendant, and testimony from witnesses, plural, with knowledge that the defendant purchased a K-bar knife. Exactly, a K-bar knife. And again, they say it again, a K-bar knife. Drunk Turkey, love you, Daniel. Breaking news, there's a confidential informant. You guys, there's a confidential informant, man. Okay. But everywhere it would say that it was the type of sheath that was laying right next to the victim. Okay. They had all of these places to say this. This is so ambiguous. It is so vague. They don't have the nuts. And they know they don't have the nuts. And what Ann Taylor is doing is you're not about to try to make the nuts. Okay? It's one thing to clip some nuts, but you ain't going to make some nuts. And it's like, well, why would Ann Taylor even object to it? Blah, blah, blah. Because she's doing her job. But let's say that it gets in. Well, then it's like, okay, well, that's not even the knife sheath. Well, clearly he's bought it once before. He probably went out and bought that different one. And we found other knives that didn't have sheaths on them. Blah blah blah. You know, so it's interesting. It's interesting that the words aren't there. You should be seeing those words. But if in fact this boy bought it 8 months before, that specific knife with that specific sheath, and when I say that knife, we don't even know what knife it is. I also think if you look through these documents, nowhere are you going to find that the state says that the kids were killed with the knife, for the record. It's nowhere stated. It's nowhere stated in any document that's been publicly produced. But me buying a Wilson basketball and a Spalding being at the crime scene, sorry. And then there's a, you know, me could have touching it. I just think that you're going back to the days of John Benet Ramsey's underwear. That's just what keeps coming to mind. Is, you know. So, but I will be doing a live tonight at 8 p.m. So 5 hours from now, I got to go prep for this. Andrea, woo! Andrea Burkhart in the house tonight. We were talking Karen Reed and sprinkling. Yes, Kohberger. I think that it's going to be interesting to hear what Andrea has to say about the Amazon click and purchase, and you know. So the DNA's the touch DNA's on the sheet that's at the house. It came back to Bryan Kohberger. Nothing else in this case ties him to that crime scene, especially now with the documents that are out. His phone is going in a completely different direction. It's being handed off, and they buried those 7 minutes. Why would you do that? Well, because it's exculpatory. And so he's not there when they're alleging that these crimes took place. So then the defense wants to be very careful about moving the time of the crime, you know? So, because Bryan has an alibi. Remember, it's not even the time of the crime that we're talking about. We're talking about at 3:26, his car is seen, that they're saying that is his. And I said it was such a tight window to possibly be able to have him leaving at 2:54 and to be that car at 3:26, okay? That drive. And he's able to not get on any cameras in between there. Boom, he just lands right there at the 700 block. Oh, that seems like it was a car that was in that area, because you're not able to trace it back at that point when it just poop lands at the 700 block. Where did it come from? Like, run it back. And like Ann Taylor said, where did that video even surface from? Who turned it in? Who went knocking on doors, canvassing over in the 700 block of Indian Hills? Trails, whatever. So the fact is that PCA, they lied. Judge Hippler now knows that they lied. What's he going to do about it? I'll keep breaking down the documents. Thank you guys so much. You guys rock. Mama J, 5 gifted memberships. Larissa, baby girl, 5 gifted memberships. Sherry D, loving that Karen Reed case over there. Again, you guys rock. Thank you so much, moderators. Appreciate you guys. And I'll be back later on. Take care, everybody. Join us, Andrea Burkhart, tonight at 8.